It's the dawn of the final day here in UKIT as the teams are approaching the final curtain call before playoffs. Some teams with their fates already sealed, others with still everything to play for in this final week of competition. Hello, everyone. My name is Jack, aka Subzan. I'm joined by the wonderful Lee, and we'll be bringing you through the first three games here tonight.
That was the most amazing intro. I don't know what I expected when you started, but Dawn of the Final Day is a perfect reference to sum it up. I can't believe that we're already 7 weeks into UKIT. The time has absolutely flown by. At this point, every team has managed to play. All the players have hopefully had chance to play. And it's been an absolutely wild ride. Everything's been going on. How have you found the tournament so far, Jack?
I mean, stressful is certainly one way to put it. You want to get your wins for the team. You really, as a player, you don't want to let down your fellow teammates, especially when you're getting towards those really close end games where you're maybe getting to that 6th, 7th game and you're like 2 wins or 1 win away from winning the week. And then you like either barely don't close it out or manage to close it out in that close 7th game. It can get quite nerve-wracking, but I feel like overall it's been a really enjoyable experience. And as you said, I'm honestly shocked it's gone by this fast. It feels like just yesterday we started week 1.
Absolutely, yeah. It's gone so fast, and everyone's been playing so well. There's been some absolutely phenomenal games going on, as we've seen over the last 7 weeks, both here on stream and, of course, within the UKIT Discord. In the UKIT Discord. That's so difficult to say. UKIT Discord, as we see some of those games coming in, and it's been phenomenal to see the range of matches that we've had. Also, not just like in regulation, but also past regulations, all the wild cards, and we have got some great games coming up for you. As always, you'll be seeing 6 matches on stream today, most within regulation, but also a couple of wild cards, and probably the wildest of wild cards, I might say, which we have coming up for you very, very shortly with me and Jack. As always, we'll be with you for the first 3 games, and Jack and Kieran will be taking over a little bit later as we move on into the stream. But yes, very exciting, as you've said, playoffs next week. It's all comes down to this final moment. Who's going to make it, who's not, we'll have to wait and find out. I think I'm ready to see some games, Jack. How about you?
Yeah, I think I am as well. As you said, everything's still to play for. We've got that surprise for you later in the stream, but I think we should turn it over to the first game of the day, see what's going on between the Palafins and the Lakers. We'll start off by looking for a B from the Paldean Palafins.
Yeah, B's fun fact, they won their second ever locals as only 2 of them showed up. So there we go. Hey, you take what wins you can get sometimes, you know? A win is a win. B's team over here, we've got the Kali Shadow Rider with the Koraidon, as well as the Insin Chiyu, the Walking Wake, and the Wheezing. If I'm not mistaken, Jack, Melbourne winning team, I believe we discussed earlier.
Yes, this is the team that won Melbourne this year. So very strong team, very proven in its ability to really tear down, I'd say, a lot of defensive structures, especially with that Chi-Yu boosting up that Life Orb Calyrex Shadow Rider. And, well, Walking Wake Aquajet in the sun might seem counterintuitive, but it does really well to pick off a lot of low HP targets.
Absolutely. Obviously, the Walking Wake as well with that Hydro Steam, that's going to be the big player, especially on the Walking Wake with the Assault Vest, gets that nice defense boost as well. Also, the Wheezing down in the corner as well, we can see with a Covert Cloak and that neutralizing gas. Not great necessarily for opposing Miraidons or anything that wants to try and set some sort of field terrain over there. But also with the Poison Gas as well, so some potential statuses coming in from there as well. As always, we see the usual suspects in the safety goggles, Insin as well. But that Chi-Yu as well, we know Chi-Yu is very fast and so powerful as well once the sun is set up and ready to go. This looks like a very, very strong team that's going to go ahead. And as you said, it's already had some success after winning Melbourne.
Yeah, it has indeed. B, personally, currently 0-3 across UKIT. So they're looking for their first win here in this stream match, but not that much pressure to go off of as the Palafins have already secured a 4-1 record in the week overall. So the week has already been won. So B, with really no pressure, can just go out and play the best game they possibly can with this team. The Wheezing is something that I'm a big fan of, mostly because I hate Grimmsnarl, and this set just beats Grimmsnarl. So what's not to love?
Absolutely, but I don't think they'll be making B's job easy as we take a look at their opponent for the evening, which is Chris CDVGC of the Casa Royale Lakers. Their fun fact, they were part of a group of players who used Pawmot in the global challenge and made top 256. Excellent. I am one of the Portmont paramedics. I love this fun fact. I take this on personally for all my fellow Portmont paramedics out there. Where we can see, as we've already discussed, as possibly a potential issue already. We got the Miraidon and the Zamazenta. We know that Weezing is on the opposing team, so the Electric Train may have some difficulty setting up. But we've got some nice support here as well with the Grimmsnarl. I'm sorry, Jack, I know you're not a fan, but Grimmsnarl is here on this team, along with the Iron Hands, again, boosted by that Electric Terrain, can do a lot of damage. We've also got the Volcarona with the Strugglebug, Quiver Dance, and a Flamethrower, and some leftovers, and a Terra Dragon, which is not the most uncommon, but you still strange to see sometimes, as well as the Shen Pao over there holding a Focus Sash.
Yeah, and interesting to note as well, Shen Pao opting for the Terra Stella option instead of Terra Ghost, so not really able to avoid that fake out other than with that Protect, but those Icicle Crashes and Sucker Punches will be hitting deceptively harder if that Terra option is burned. The Miraidon opting for that Specs Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam option instead of what we've seen at some points in this format being that Terra Electric Scarf Electro Drift to ensure the outspeed on that Calyrex Shadow Rider, as well as Zacians in the very few games that they do pop up, but they certainly are very real.
Absolutely. The Volcarona as well, obviously, if the Sun managed to go up from the Koraidon on the opposing team, that Volcarona is getting a very nice boost to its Flamethrower, which we can see over on its moveset. Obviously, we've also got Grimmsnarl as well with that Light Clay, so those Light Screens and Reflects, if they go up, they're going to be on the field for a very long time, which is probably going to help Chris in the long run. So looking like a very strong team indeed. So I think I'm ready to see some games. How about you?
Yeah, I'm certainly ready to see how these two teams will interact and who will come out on top in this set. We started off here as the leads are seen. Chris leading off with Shen Pao Zamazenta, a very common lead for Zamazenta-based teams, whereas from B, it is the Weezing and the Koraidon.
Absolutely, the Koraidon we know has that ability shield, so we know it is not affected by Weezing's neutralizing gas. So the Sun is set up. Not the easiest position for Chris, though, with the Sun up and the Shen Pao and Zamazenta facing down that Koraidon there, which could potentially do a lot of damage with its move set, which we can see has got quite a lot of fire move. We've got the Flare Blitz and the Flame Charge there, so potentially some issues for Chris right from the bat.
Yeah, and interestingly as well, because of that neutralizing gas, there is no defense boost on this Zamazenta, so it is going to be hit even harder, but a really defensive play here by Chris, just to double protect the Weezing, also caught protecting as the Koraidon attempts a flame charge on Zamazenta, but will just whiff into that protect.
Absolutely. Protects all around. The safest of plays, I think, there, and a smart choice on all fronts. As you said, the unable to get that defense boost from its shield as Zamazenta, so made a smart choice. But we have seen the Terra come in on the Koraidon already, so now Chris is going to be in a little bit of a sticky situation, I think, heading into turn 2 as we move on and carry that through. We see the Zamazenta Terra Water now, the Icicle Crash coming out on the Weezing, but the Flame Charge into the Zamazenta, does barely anything. Though we do get a speed boost up that. But the Heavy Slam onto the Weezing, and we have our first KO, which means the neutralizing gas has gone. The Dauntless Shield has come into play. Zamazenta gets that defense boost, and Walking Wake comes in its place. So we've already had our first KO of the match.
Yeah, that Terra Water helping Zamazenta really shrug off that attack from Koraidon, and while this Weezing really couldn't go for what I can only assume was probably a play rough to break that Shen Pao sash, or maybe a poison gas, but that removed from the field immediately, and now Sword of Ruin and Dauntless Shield are online, and B is really going to struggle to beat this Zamazenta at this point with how much health it still has left on the board.
Absolutely, as you said, the Terra Water really coming in clutch there. Very smart decision there by Chris, not having any issues with the Terrafire on Koraidon. So Koraidon's going to have some issues. Obviously, Koraidon's normally pretty good at getting that Zamazenta to go down, but I think we're going to have some issues on B's side as we move on to the next turn, as we see the Sucker Punch into the Walking Wake and a Draco Meteor onto Zamazenta, doing about 58% damage from the Walking Wake there, and a Collision Course, and Zamazenta has gone down. The double up from B there with the Walking Wake and the Koraidon taking out that Zamazenta. So Chris has lost their Terrad Pokemon.
Yeah, the terror is gone, but the Miraidon does come in now. Obviously, both Walking Wake and this Koraidon will outspeed Miraidon at this point. However, with -2 special attack on this Walking Wake, likely not to be able to do that much damage. And Koraidon, since this is, I believe, the Clear Amulet set, not the Life Orb set, really won't have a way to one-shot this Miraidon before it fires off potentially a devastating Draco Meteor or Electro Drift.
Absolutely, yeah. But we still see the Shine Person in there. But another Draco Meteor does about 50% damage there to the Miraidon, losing even more special attack. And the double up again into the Miraidon. The collision course able to take the Miraidon out. And an Icicle Crash coming in from Shenpao, taking down the Walking Wake. Chris has lost his Miraidon and his Zamazenta. The Koraidon still on the field at 100% health. The Terrifier really coming in clutch as we see the Grimmsnarl coming in for Chris's last Pokemon. And the Calyrex is now on the field as well.
Yeah, the Calyrex, it would look a bit dangerous here, but with two Dark types staring it down, really not that much pressure is applied by it, especially since Chien-Pao still has that Sucker Punch option, and with no Terror available on this Calyrex, and it being Life Orb, not Focus Sash, has no way to get around that one-shot, and Grimmsnarl able to just set those screens, so this Koraidon is going to start doing a little bit less damage overall.
Absolutely. And the Koraidon, as we know, he's going to threaten the Shenpao a little bit with its ice typing. However, we know that it's got a Focus Sash, so as much damage as that Koraidon wants to do, it's going to take at least 2 turns before that disappears off the field. And the Calyrex smartly goes for the Protect here, and a Thunder Wave into the Koraidon, slowing it down. And the Crunch coming in from the Shenpao into the protected Calyrex. Oh, but a Flare Blitz from the Koraidon there straight into the Grimmsnarl, and Grimmsnarl is down as well. No screens were set up at all. Chris's Pokemon have dropped like flies in this game. Now it is the single Shenpao facing down both the Calyrex and that Koraidon. However, that paralysis could be huge for Chris here.
Yeah, it could come really to Chris's detriment. If this Koraidon gets paralyzed 1 or 2 times, this Chien-Pao might be able to pick off the 2 KOs that it needs to secure this game. Calyrex might still end up with a double protect, so Sucker Punch is not necessarily free here for Chris. But it is still a really dangerous position, and really, it's going to come down to the luck of the draw here on this Koraidon. Sucker Punch will come through on the Calyrex. Calyrex is KO'd. Chien-Pao is hit by Flame Charge, but it's not KO'd thanks to that Focus Sash, and Koraidon will now be at +2 speed, so this is going to be a speed tie.
Absolutely. However, that Shenpao does have access to that Sucker Punch, though I don't know if it'll be enough to do the damage that Koraidon will need to take it down. Koraidon's looking in a very, very good position here. However, we still have that paralysis. Anything can happen when these paralysis are in play, and it's going to come on. The Icicle Crash comes in. It's resisted, and Koraidon with the Flame Charge into the Shenpao. Shenpao has gone down. Excellently played by B there, and B takes the set 1-0. Excellent, excellent playing there. From both players there. Excellent. Like B really dominating that first game as well. All her Pokemon coming in clutch. The Weezing doing its job. And neutralizing the field for that Koraidon to kind of just go on a rampage throughout that entire set, as we saw, managing to get some decent hits on both Miraidon and Zamazenta, even when the Zamazenta was Terra Water as well. So that Koraidon is really the big threat here.
Yeah, and I respect the attempt at the Icicle Crash at the end there from Chris in order to try and get that flinch in combination with the paralysis to get that little bit of extra chip that was probably required for Sucker Punch to pick up the KO on that Koraidon. Didn't quite get it, but it's extremely well played by B, who, frankly, got all the reads right there in that game 1. Really didn't give Chris that much room to work with.
Absolutely. Obviously, the paralysis on the Koraidon as well, it gave Chris that little bit of hope. As we know, those paralysis can really come in devastatingly and not being able to allow your Pokemon to move. But yeah, excellently played, I think, by B there. Like you said, getting every turn correct. Chris holding his own, doing some decent damage, managing to get rid of both the Weezing and the Calyrex, which dropped you just a single Sucker Punch, as you said, because it's that Life Orb, it doesn't have that Focus Sash to rely on. So, hey, there is potential here. But as we're going to go into game 2, and we're going to take a look at their leads is this game through. And we have got the Miraidon coming in, as well as the Zamazenta from Chris, and the Koraidon, and the Weezing again from B here. Obviously, no Electric Terrain, no Dauntless Shield on Chris's side. However, Koraidon is going to get that Sun Up, so that is going to be a potential problem already for Chris.
Yeah, interesting adjustment here, though, for Chris to bring the Miraidon in the lead instead of the Chen Pao, who does have that one-shot ability into Koraidon, even without its electric terrain, just because of how stupidly strong this Draco Meteor is off of a Specs Miraidon.
Absolutely. We'll see the first turn play out. See if Chris does go for that Draco Meteor. But we see the Terrafire on the Koraidon, Terra Water from Zamazenta. The Draco Meteor does come in and does huge damage there. Does about 80%. The Flame Charge into the Zamazenta does very little damage thanks to the Terra Water. The Heavy Slam into the Weezing. Weezing manages to survive, but gets the Poison Gas on Miraidon and Zamazenta. Weezing managing to get off what it didn't manage to do in the last turn, being able to poison both the Miraidon and Zamazenta. So they are going to be facing chip damage every single turn. Kind of very similarly played out to the first turn there with the Terrafire and the Terra Water. Could have been predicted, but that Draco Meteor, that hit huge damage.
Yeah, and that's not even a super effective hit. Either that Koraidon tethered to fire and still lost 80% of its health. But you have to think maybe B paying a little bit too heavy of a price there for that poison, as losing 80% on both of their both Koraidon and Weezing here, probably going to be forced to protect to tick up a little bit more poison damage here, and things just might look a little bit awkward towards the later turns of this game. Koraidon protects, Weezing doesn't actually choose to protect, as Koraidon will block that Draco Meteor, but Heavy Slam will come out into this Weezing, knocking it out and allowing Dauntless Shield and the Electric Terrain to go up.
Yeah, smartly played there, I think, protecting the Koraidon here. It does have that speed advantage, however. The Draco Meteor would have finished it off. It didn't manage to hit, but the Weezing has gone down. Electric Terrain and Dauntless Shield back up, and the Walking Weight has hit the field. Now is obviously getting the speed boost from the Sun, so this is going to possibly outspeed both the Miraidon and the Zamazenta. However, that Miraidon is still so powerful, and possibly a Draco Meteor will be able to take out this Walking Wake if that's what Chris chooses to do. We'll see as this turn plays out here. And we see a Draco Meteor coming in from Walking Way into Miraidon. Miraidon is gone from the field, and the Collision Course coming in, doing about 30% damage, and the Body Press from the Zamazenta. Koraidon is gone, so Koraidon is off the field for the first time in the two games, and we see both Grimmsnarl and Calyrex coming in here in its place. Walking Way with that Draco Meteor, allowing to do huge damage to that Miraidon. The Miraidon obviously lost a bit of health because of the poison there, but still managed to get the KO with just one Draco Meteor.
Yeah, but you have to wonder at what cost has B paid for this, because this Walking Wake now stuck on the field with that -2 special attack. Very unlikely to be able to do that much to this Grimmsnarl if it starts setting up Light Screen, which in this position, given Calyrex as the other Pokemon on the board for B, is something that it very much wants to do. This Zamazenta is very unlikely to survive this turn, but might still get some value on its way out.
Absolutely. We still know Chris has a spare Pokemon in the back as well. The Paralysis coming in on the Calyrex, though, and a Hydro Stream into Zamazenta, which means Zamazenta has gone down. And the Astral Barrage with the Calyrex doing about 40% damage to the Grimmsnarl, taking some damage, obviously, as well from the Life Orb. And we see Volcarona hit the field. Now, Volcarona in the sun can do a lot of damage, as we know, but Volcarona is also very, very bulky. So, as you said, B has paid a huge price for dropping their special attack 2 stages. They get the speed boost, but will it be able to take out either of Chris's Pokemon?
Yeah, that remains to be seen. Grimmsnarl still with access to that Light Screen, and Sun ending in 1 turn time, so this Volcarona could just protect to get around this boosted Hydro Steam, but instead just chooses to tank it. Only takes 35, and a Struggle Bug will reduce that special attack even further on both targets, and this Calyrex likely going to hit for very little damage.
Yeah, as we said already, Volcarona, a very bulky Pokemon, took the Hydro Steam very, very well, thanks to that Light Screen that Grimmsnarl was able to set up. Obviously, the Prankster ability there coming in very, very handy, being able to get the screen up before any Pokemon take their physical turns. But that Struggle Bug as well, just going to keep dropping those special attacks. The more special attack they lose, the less powerful that both Calyrex and Walking Wake are going to become here. I think B's in a little bit of trouble. We still have that Paralysis as well on the Calyrex, and we see Volcarona gain a little bit of life back. The Thunder Wave as well coming in on the Walking Wake, and the Quiver Dance from Volcarona. Volcarona is setting up its bulk. The Astral Barrage comes in, doing very little damage to both Pokemon. They were losing some of its own life. And the Hydro Steam, super effective, but only doing 13%. Volcarona clinging on there, holding on at about 16%. And now it's getting itself set up, and it's going to be able to possibly start sweeping on its own.
Yeah, this Volcarona looking very difficult here for B to deal with, but It is relatively low, so probably needs to spend a turn protecting here. So a chance for B to try and pick off this Grimmsnarl potentially if their Pokemon have enough strength to get through it behind a Light Screen. We do see that Volcarona will protect. Calyrex, though, does get full paralyzed, and the Walking Wake aiming for that Volcarona just hits into protect, and Spirit Break into Walking Wake means it loses almost all of its remaining health and will be weakened even further.
Yeah, the paralysis there, exactly what Chris wanted. Calyrex was unable to move, though the Astral Barrage would have done a little bit of damage. It probably wouldn't have been enough to take out either the Grimmsnarl or the Volcarona, but that paralysis coming in clutch there, because that means that B just has essentially missed a turn, and the Walking Wake just targeted into the Protect. Chris's Pokemon are starting to get healthier, especially the Volcarona, which has got the leftovers. So Volcarona is just bringing itself up, and the Flamethrower takes down the Calyrex, and Walking Wake is paralyzed once again, and the Spirit Break gets the critical hit. 25% damage, that is it, and Chris levels the playing field, bringing this set to 1-1. We mentioned this earlier, but those paralysis coming in huge. They're really, really, really important for Chris to get those off, and he was so lucky that he did. They were absolutely huge and helped turn the game into his favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly one of the most frustrating things about Grimmsnarl when you get Thunder Waved, and you always feel like that when you get Thunder Waved in a mirror match between Grimmsnarls, your opponent will always get full powers on you, but you never get full powers on them, or you miss the Thunder Waves. It's such an obnoxious Pokemon, but it's so good at what it does, and there's really nothing else that can do what Grimmsnarl does, as annoying as it is. And well, B found that one out the hard way in that game too, and now really needs to figure out how they're going to position themselves to not lose to a late game Grimmsnarl here in this closing game 3.
Yeah, but Jack, how do you really feel about Grimmsnarl though? I think, you know, no, absolutely. Grimmsnarl coming in strong there. Obviously, B might have to do some maneuvering, see if there's anything that could possibly withstand those Thunder Waves. But judging by the team, I don't think there is. But we'll see how it plays on. B obviously played expertly on the very first game. It is 1-1 for a reason. We're going to see who's going to take it home. Chris bringing in the Chempao and Miraidon this time. Calyrex coming in first with the Koraidon, so no Weezing this time. So that means all the abilities are going up. We're going to see the Howdon Engine, that Sword of Ruin. We're going to see the Okora. I can't even say Orichalcum Pulse. Oh my god, I just forgot how to English. I'm just so excited. That's all. All the abilities on the field. No Weezing to turn any of them down. Again, this Miraidon Koraidon face off. We've seen the damage that this Miraidon can do. So possibly a Terra Fire, I think, maybe coming in here.
It's interesting as an adjustment here for B, as we talked about in the team preview, that this Weezing is really good at dealing with that Grimmsnarl, so likely saved in the back for the Grimmsnarl that will arrive later. This Koraidon, though, does dodge this Icicle Crash from Chempao, but Electro Drift will come in from Miraidon. Calyrex is KO'd, and Koraidon, with its spare extra lease of life, will Flame Charge to KO this Chempao.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 Pokemon gone already in the very first turn. Chempao gone for Chris, but the Calyrex gone for B. Obviously, B has used their Terra on the Calyrex there. Was the Terra Dark. Smart choice. Was able to do some fair damage. Miraidon now sitting just under half health. However, the Icicle Crash from the Chempao missing was huge. That probably would have taken Koraidon down, but the miss was massive, which means Chempao has also gone off the field. We now see in their place Walking Wake come in for B, and the Zamazenta coming in for Chris. The Zamazenta getting that defense boost as well. Again, thanks to that, thanks to the Rusted Shield. Nothing being able to stop it, as Weezing has not yet come into play. So we're going to have to see how this one goes as we go in. We see the Terra Water from Zamazenta. The Hydro Steam coming in, only doing about 20% damage though. But the Flare Blitz into Miraidon, and it's not enough. Miraidon clings on with 3 HP, and the Electro Drift straight into the Walking Wake. And it is down. Zamazenta coming in with a body press, doing about half health to Koraidon. Koraidon's now sitting at about 28%. Again, another Pokemon gone on B's side, as we see the Chi-Yu come in its place. This match is moving very, very fast in comparison to the last couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, B likely expecting a Volcarona switch in there with that Flare Blitz, choosing to opt into the resisted option to that Miraidon, trying to catch that Volcarona come in, but Miraidon instead just clearly trained like an absolute beast, survives that sun-boosted Flare Blitz, and with that puts B in an extremely difficult position where although they have Koraidon and Chi-Yu on the board, there is still an unrevealed fourth Pokemon for Chris that could be their undoing.
Absolutely. We know this Chi-Yu can be very, very fast. We see the Protect coming in from Zamazenta. Flame charge into Miraidon. Miraidon guns down. Koraidon gets its speed boost. And a Dark Pulse coming in from Chi-Yu there, hoping to do some spread damage. And the Grimmsnarl is back on the field. The Grimmsnarl being the last Pokemon. Now, we've seen that the Chi-Yu has got that Choice Scarf. It is now locked into Dark Pulse. Grimmsnarl is a Dark-type Pokemon. That Dark Pulse may not do as much damage as B hopes.
Yeah, and with Koraidon not able to Terra to Fire here, it's not able to take advantage of those sun-boosted Flare Blitzes into this Grimmsnarl like it would want, so very likely going to be stuck clicking Collision Course into the Zamazenta and Grimmsnarl, but with how bulky this Zamazenta is with this Terra Water, I don't feel like a Dark Pulse plus a Collision Course will be enough to take it out when this Grimmsnarl starts setting up those screens.
Absolutely. We're also possibly going to see a Thunder Wave coming in as Koraidon does take it. The Dark Pulse coming in on Zamazenta, doing a chunk of damage. Oh, but a Flare Blitz taking Grimmsnarl down to 99%. And so much happened. The Zamazenta with the body press into the Chi-Yu, and it is over. Chris picks up the victory. That Grimmsnarl living on just 1 HP is absolutely incredible. It's obviously a very bulky Pokemon, as we know, coming in excellent for Chris there. But as you said, that the Dark Pulse from the Chi-Yu wasn't enough to do the damage onto the Zamazenta, which means Chris picks up the victory. Excellently played, though, by both players there.
Yeah, it was extremely well played. A really hard-fought set by both B and Chris, but unfortunately for B, they just could not quite deal with that Grimmsnarl in Games 2 and Game 3. Got a little bit out of hand in the end game. And, well, in the mid-games, you've seen Miraidon really just showing why it's an absolute demon with how much damage that it can do to opposing Pokemon.
Absolutely. Obviously, we saw the Thunder Wave as well. Not that it mattered too much. That Flare Blitz coming in huge at the end, but that Grimmsnarl living on just 1 HP. Even if it had gone down, though, it still wasn't enough. Chris was in just a very, very good position from the get-go. Was able to get everything set up, knew exactly what to do after that first game. Clearly learned how to deal with B's team. But yeah, excellently played by both players there. As you said earlier, the Paldea Palafins, I believe, have already qualified and will be in the playoffs next week, so B was able to take it a bit more relaxed. Would have obviously liked to have picked up the win for their team, but hey, they move on to the playoffs. Chris, though, doing the Castle Royale Lakers, very, very proud there and taking the win. Excellent. So, Jack, shall we move on to our second game for the evening?
Yes, we shall. And just as a quick correction, the Palafins, while they are in playoffs right now, they'll only keep that spot if the Garchomps don't win their game later during this week as well. So that's something to keep in mind. That's something that they're going to need to watch out for. If the Garchomps do win, I believe that they'll claim third place instead. But for now, the Palafins are in that third place position.
A lot can happen even after stream games are still being played, so we still can't, correctly give out the results here. But we'll see how that all plays out, and obviously everyone at home will be able to watch along in the UKIT Discord if they haven't been already. But let's move on to Game 2 of the evening as we see Samarelion for the Applin Bottom Jeans here, who's going to be against Dave from the Castelia City Cobalions. Samarelion's fun fact here is they speed run a bunch of different games, including Super Mario Odyssey and Rayman Legends. We have a few speedrunners in our community, so I'm sure that they are greatly appreciated, and people will love that fun fact.
Yeah, I've dabbled in a little bit of speedrunning myself, and it's certainly not as easy as I think you would expect it to be when you're looking at it just as a viewer on Twitch or YouTube. Some games you look at it, it's like, oh, I could do that. And then you try to play it and you realize, oh, I can't do that. So massive respect to Samarelion for speedrunning. What I would say is two pretty technical games. Mario Odyssey, I've seen some crazy tricks from that game. But what's not so crazy is the team that Sam will be running, as I feel like most of us have seen this team before. It is quite the standard Calyrex Shadow Zamazenta team. However, with Terra Dark on a Sash Calyrex Shadow Rider instead of what I feel like is the normal Terra Ghost.
Yeah, absolutely. The Terra Dark obviously going for the defensive here. We know that Dark types can one-shot these Calyrexes, as we've seen in previous games throughout the UKIT tournament. But, Terra Ghost normally comes in better for that Astral Barrage and the Focus Sash, being able to do a lot more damage. But we'll have to see how this plays out. Obviously, they've got some of the usual suspects surrounding it. We see the Rillaboom and the Incineroar, both with Fake Out. I expect Samu will be doing a lot of swapping during their games. Obviously, the Intimidate on the Incin there, especially with the Rocky Helmet, can do a fair chunk of damage. And on the opposite side, we can see that we have the Raging Bolt with that Protosynthesis and the Booster Energy to do some huge damage with those Thunderclaps. Again, they can come in very, very useful. And we see an Ogerpon. Haven't seen an Ogerpon on some of these teams for a little while. We've got the Flame... I was going to say Flame Mask. I forgot. Her Flame. Apologies. The Half Flame Ogerpon there with the Ivy Cudgel, the Glassy Guide, and some redirection in the Follow Me as well.
Yeah, the Grassy Glide option is extremely interesting, giving Ogerpon that ability to start outrunning things that are faster than it if the Rillaboom's Grassy Terrain is active. So can become a bit of a threat, especially with that Terrafire. I do believe that a +1 Grassy Glide in Grassy Terrain will just kill an Urshifu. Oh, sorry, will eliminate will KO an Urshifu. So it remains to be seen if Samolian will lean into that, but it's a very interesting team, and I think what would be equally as interesting is the team that he will come up against from the Cavalians, and that will be Dave's Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon.
Yeah, Dave's fun fact here that they cast competitive Team Fortress 2. Not a game I'm too familiar with. Jack, how about yourself?
No, not that much, to be honest.
No, not that much. But hey, fellow casters, we appreciate you no matter what game you are casting. So an excellent fun fact there. But yeah, absolutely. The Miraidon there and the Calyrex Ice Rider. First one of this stream indeed. Paired up as we see with the Girafarig in the corner with the Trick Room. Possibly some Trick Room players coming on. And we see the Terra Water Urshifu with that Choice Scarf, hoping to do some damage with those Surging Strikes and the Aqua Jet possibly later on. But we also see the Incineroar. Again, this one is the Assault Vest variant, so it's got all physical moves, attacking moves, sorry. And then we've got the Landorus down in the corner. Life Orb Landorus, Terra Poison with the Earth Power Sludge Bomb and the Sandsear Storm. We know that those Landorus can do huge amounts of damage and can potentially, once set up, can really start running away with games.
Yeah, especially if you give it that speed advantage with that Trick Room against the faster team. Obviously, there's no Tailwind on this team to make that Landorus go any faster, but with the options like that Miraidon and that Ice Rider, with that Leech Seed as well, which really makes Zamazenta's life difficult. And with this one not being Terra Grass, there's no real way to get around that Leech Seed. Obviously, with the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon, there is ways to switch into it, but both of those really struggle to take Glacial Lances. So Dave in a really good position here with this team structure. That Assault Vest Incin, like you talked about, is something that's picked up a lot here in Regulation I as a way to really try and counteract these Calyrex Shadow Zamazenta teams.
Absolutely, and we will head into game one of this set, and we will see what they are leading. This one is going to be a cart game, so we're going to see a nice change here away from Showdown, and we're going to see Dave leading the Incin and the Calyrex, with Samu leading Rillaboom and Calyrex. We've got double Calyrex, 2 Fake Out users on the field. However, that Incin is going to get the Intimidate drop.
Yeah, double Fake Out, but an infinite number of possibilities that the 2 Fake Out users could go for. Could Fake Out each other, they could pivot, they could do nothing. There's so many options here in these Fake Out leads, but Sam, with a little bit of an advantage here, as this Calyrex Ice is going to be forced to Terra in front of Calyrex Shadow, but in the same way, this Calyrex is going to be forced to burn that Terra Dark if it wants to survive an Incineroar knockoff, if that's the option it goes for. But Terra Dark, instead of Terra Ghost, is proving its worth here for Samolian in this lead.
Absolutely, obviously. The Fake Out is going to be absolutely no use into that Calyrex as well from Dave's side. We know that the Ghost typing is obviously going to protect it from the Fake Out, so only can possibly Fake Out the Rillaboom, so maybe looking for a knockoff. But will Samu the Terra Dark that Calyrex in order to protect it? We'll have to see as this game plays out. However, we see the Rillaboom that is staring down an Ice type. Obviously, one Glacial Lance from that Calyrex, and Rillaboom is possibly off the field as well. It's kind of a Samu does have a slight advantage, but it is still quite a level playing field at this point. And we see the Rilla go for the Fake Out on the Incin. Incin is not going to be able to move. Calyrex, though, setting up a nasty plot, which means its Astral Barrages are going to do some huge damage when it starts getting off. However, the Glacial Lance coming in from the Calyrex. Ice Rider here hitting both, and Rillaboom has gone. Calyrex as well taking huge damage, left on just 55 HP. Excellent turn there by Dave, doing some real hard-hitting damage.
Yes, Samoleon really wasn't expecting that aggression there from Dave, I don't feel like. To just have that Glacial Lance ripped on turn 1. Probably expected something like a Trick Room or maybe a Protect around the Fake Out. Tried to go for that aggressive play with the Nasty Plot, but instead has lost most of the health here on this Calyrex and is now going to be forced to lock into Astral Barrage and try desperately to pick up this Calyrex before it gets yet another KO.
Yeah, we did get the Nasty Plots, but Calyrex is hitting at +2 special attack. However, the Calyrex on the opposite side also got an attack boost from that knockout. So both Calyrexes in a pretty decent position. However, the Zamazenta is on the field. That Zamazenta can do huge damage to both Incin and the Calyrex, thanks to those body press and its steel typing as well. So we're going to have to see if Dave is able to figure this out and take it from there. And also Samu on his side has the speed advantage as well. That Calyrex Shadow being able to move very quickly and possibly outspeed. But we're going to see a Terra coming in from Dave's side here as Dave decides to Terra the Incineroar here. It's going to go Terra Grass. Terra Bug, sorry. This is pretty unexpected here, and probably not the Terra that we expected to see, but will be able to survive. And we see the Astral Barrage coming in, +2 special attack. Is it enough damage? The Calyrex Ice Rider has gone from the opposing side and doing about half damage, just over half, to that Incineroar. The Grimnay here now raising its special attack, and Zamazenta goes to the body press, and it's enough. The Terra wasn't enough. Incin also goes down. Samu very excellently played there, being able to take out both of the opponent's Pokemon.
Yeah, and Sam really showing how much value Calyrex can get once it gets that +2 special attack boost from that Nasty Plot. A ridiculous amount of damage there to, might remind you, an Assault Vest Incineroar. So really attempting to block out some of that damage, and it's not even Life Orb as well. So that double up from that Calyrex, it's really something that Dave was not quite expecting with those damage rolls, maybe hoping that that Incineroar was going to be able to survive that double up, but not quite. And now with Landorus and Farigiraf hitting the board, Trick Room is probably going to be the option that's forced, but Sam might be able to read into that defensive play.
Absolutely. As you said, that Calyrex on Samu's side is going to be doing some huge damage after getting the Grimnay boost as well. It's now sitting at +3 special attack. However, the Landorus could potentially be a little bit quicker, depending on how it's trained. We know it's got a Life Orb, but there is no Tailwind. But we are going to see the Terra hit committed from Samu. I believe it's going to be into the Calyrex, turning it into a Dark type. Will it be enough, though, to survive any hits that might be coming its way? It is still on relatively low health. However, the Zamazenta is still looking pretty healthy. We see the Landorus going for the Protect here, and we're gonna see the Calyrex using the Psychic onto the Landorus. Interesting there, but the Protection coming in, and the Zamazenta coming in with the bar on the Farigiraf. It's not enough, and Trick Room goes up as you predicted. Hopefully, they were probably thinking of setting up their getting things set up, hopefully knocking out the Farigiraf, sorry, but the Trick Room is able to get set up.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about in that team preview with the Landorus, where it can just start beating teams on its own once it gets set up, once it gets that speed advantage, and now very likely going to be outspeeding both this Zamazenta and this Calyrex. Obviously, there have been some extremely slow Zamazentas in this format, but none of which will be slow enough to be underspeeding a Landorus in Trick Room, I don't think.
Now, as we said, the Calyrex is a very fast move, so Calyrex possibly moving last here. With Landorus using Protect, we don't know if that Zamazenta is going to be outspeeding it, and nor are we going to find out. Zamazenta goes to the Protect. We're going to find out, and we think the Landorus possibly moving next. No, Farigiraf going next into the Psychic. But Protection coming in from the Zamazenta there, being able to protect itself. And we see the Earth Power coming into the Calyrex and taking that Calyrex down and off the field, which means Samu loses their Terra and their Calyrex. They've still got the Zamazenta on the field, but that Landorus doing huge damage there.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you would expect there from Landorus Earth Power, just able to pick off targets, both healthy or not, and with Raging Bolt hitting the board now, I mean, it has that option of Draco Meteor and will underspeed this Landorus. However, can't lock into its favorite move of Thunderclap, but because of both Armatail as well as that ground typing on Landorus. But both Pokemon here on Sam's side really threatened by a dangerous Sandsear Storm here, or even just an Earth Power.
Absolutely, that Landorus is looking like it's in a very, very good position here. Obviously, we can see the Wide Guard on that Zamazenta, which would protect from a Sandsear Storm. However, not enough for the Earth Power. And as you said, the Electric typing is not going to be great for Raging Bolt going into this. And we see the Helping Hand come in from Farigiraf into the Landorus. We see the Dragon Pulse going into Landorus. Landorus not taking about half health, but oh, that super effective Earth Power into Zamazenta, taking it down in a single hit. However, that Dragon Pulse did huge amounts of damage to Landorus, and we know that it's gonna move first within Trick Room, but Trick Room has ended, which means the Landorus is... Oh no, sorry, I thought it... Grassy Terrain has left. I thought Trick Room had left. My apologies. Trick Room set up. The Dragon Pulse could be enough here to take out that Landorus.
Yeah, but now it's a really difficult position here for Dave, who has to really predict what this Raging Bolt is going to do. We do see it lock into the Thunderbolt, correctly predicting the Protect here on Landorus, and just get rewarded with a critical hit on Farigiraf, taking it down. And now with 1 turn left of Trick Room, Landorus either has to hit this double Protect or it will be all over for Dave here in game 1. And he hits it!
Oh, the double Protect coming in huge there for the Landorus, which means that this Raging Bolt is not going to be able to do any damage at all with that Dragon Pulse. Trick Room is going to come to an end, which means that Landorus is now going to be faster than the Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt not looking like it's going to be in a very good position here, but we're just going to have to see if this plays out. We see the Earth Power coming in from the Landorus. Is it enough? It is! Taking down the Raging Bolt in a one-hit KO. The double Protect there coming in huge for Dave, and Dave taking the first set 1-0. Excellently played there from both players again, as we saw the Trick Room coming in very handy. However, it looked like Samu had prepped for that. They bought the Raging Bolt just in case that Trick Room went up, but it wasn't enough. Luck was just on Dave's side with those double Protects. Obviously, they're so difficult to get. We have seen it happen multiple times. However, they're just as difficult to get as they are to not get them. So it's all pure chance, but luck favored Dave this time around.
I mean, those are always the difficult games to really analyze as a player in those positions, because how do you adjust going into the second or the third game when you come out of game 1 knowing that the only reason you lost was because your opponent hit a 25% double Protect? It's really difficult to decide if you want to just stay on the same strategy again or try changing things up for those later games in the series. But now on the back foot, Sam has really got to make these next 2 games count.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, very evenly played as well, I think, throughout from both players. You know, there was a lot of tit for tat in the sense that, you know, they lost a Pokemon, Sam lost a Pokemon, Dave lost a Pokemon, Protects coming in here and there. But yeah, Dave managing to pull through thanks to that double Protect at the end of that Trick Room coming to an end. And we're going to head into game 2. Can Dave take it 2-0, or will Samu be able to bring one back and level the playing field heading into game 3? Let's find out. This is game 2. We see the Urshifu and the Miraidon from Dave's side this time, and we see the Ice Rider Calyrex and the Rillaboom, the Shadow Rider Calyrex, sorry, and the Rillaboom on Samu's side. A switch up for Dave, however, Samu has stayed the same.
Yeah, interesting here. Dave, after that game 1, clearly not happy with the game plan, resulted coming down to that double Protect, and now bringing both Pokemon that were left on the bench in game 1, Miraidon and Urshifu, both now hitting the board. I believe this is a Scarf Urshifu, so it does have that threatening potential on this Calyrex that won't have enough bulk to survive a Terra Water Surging Strikes. However, Rillaboom still with that fake out pressure. Calyrex, it's going to be a little bit awkward to see what it wants to do here, because with a Miraidon on the board, there is no safe access to that nasty plot. But Miraidon now leaving here on turn 1. What's it going to switch into? It will be that Farigiraf attempting to block a fake out here from the Rillaboom. And is that what the Rillaboom has locked into?
Oh, excellently played there by Dave, predicting a fake out, knowing that the Farigiraf will be able to protect any fake outs coming in. When we see the Terra Water committed by Dave onto that Urshifu, as you said, it's going to threaten huge damage, and the fake out from the Rillaboom, but it's not going to do anything thanks to Farigiraf. And we're going to see the Urshifu with the Terra Water Surging Strike. Is it going into the Calyrex? It is, and it's going to do huge damage. And I think the Calyrex may be out of this on turn 1 for Samu. Huge play by Dave. What a prediction, and was able to call it correctly. Knew the fake out was coming, brought Farigiraf in absolutely at the right time to protect it. And the Urshifu with the Terra Water being able just to take down that Calyrex in a single turn. Excellently played.
Yeah, brilliant there by Dave. Perfect read on what that Rillaboom and Calyrex wanted to go for, with Urshifu getting that one shot onto Calyrex. The thing that really brought Sam a ton of value in that first game with that Nasty Plot access. Removed from the field, as you said, on turn 1, Raging Bolt hitting the board. No access to Thunderclap here while this Farigiraf is on the board, but still the ability to one-shot this Urshifu with that Thunderbolt, who really is lacking in the special defense department.
Yeah, the Urshifu does face huge threats, both from a Grassy Glide on the Rillaboom or a Wood Hammer, and the Thunderbolt from the Raging Bolt. As you said, the Thunderclap not going to be able to come into play thanks to Farigiraf. So I expect we're going to see a swap from Dave's side, but we don't know. Dave might be able to play this out somehow. That Urshifu is very fast indeed. It can do a lot of damage, as we've already seen. So we're just going to have to see what the... And the Urshifu staying on the field and going for the Surging Strikes again, this time into the Rillaboom. Not going to do a huge amount of damage, just going to chip away, taking it down to just about half health here with those 3 critical hit Surging Strikes, just a little over half. The Rillaboom stays on the field. The Rillaboom did not go for the Grassy Glide, however, but again, that would be priority. We see the U-turn coming into the Farigiraf, doing about a fair bit of damage as well. They're not enough quite to take it halfway, and the Rillaboom is off the field as well, and we're going to see the swap in here coming in to that Zamazenta, which is going to be able to take things a lot better, and the Dauntless Shield giving it the boost. And we see the Dragon Pulse coming in here into the Urshifu, and it is enough to get the one-hit KO, possibly predicting there that the Miraidon was going to come in its place, so didn't bother with the electric move. However, it didn't matter. That Dragon Pulse still coming in huge. And we see a foul play into Zamazenta, but it's not very effective.
Yeah, brilliant cover there by Sam to really cover for Miraidon, or what's more likely, the Landorus swap in as well there by Dave. Neither of them swapped in, but Raging Bolt with enough power and that booster energy had just enough in the tank to get that KO on that Urshifu, remove it from the field, and now Zamazenta able to swap in from that Rillaboom U-turn relatively freely, but now with Dave with a free switch because of that KO, a chance to bring back in this Miraidon, who is a very difficult matchup here for this Zamazenta, able to just one-shot it right off the rip.
Absolutely, and the Farigiraf is still on the board, so the Raging Bolt doesn't have access to Thunderclap, but the Miraidon as well, being able possibly to outspeed both of its opponents here. Obviously, we get the Hadron engine coming in, which means the Electric Train is going to give Miraidon a huge boost, and also activating the Electric Seed on the Farigiraf. So Farigiraf gets a nice defense boost as well. So Dave in a very good position here. We know that the Raging Bolt is in a potential predicament because though the Miraidon wouldn't be able to do much damage with electric moves, obviously its dragon typing can do huge damage and possibly take out this Raging Bolt as well. Not sure, obviously we don't know what Dave is going to target for. It could go into the Zamazenta, it could go into Raging Bolt. However, they both face major threats. Samu is in a very difficult position here with this Miraidon facing them down.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 here, really. If this Miraidon's going to lock into that Electro Drift or Volt Switch into Zamazenta, or it might choose to opt for that Draco Meteor and attempt to just remove this Raging Bolt from the field in one turn, but Sam not really having any of it and locking into that Protect with Zamazenta, and I believe, yes, locked into Protect as well with Raging Bolt. So just scouting out what this Miraidon wants to do, and on a board like this, there's relatively little punish for it. It is Draco Meteor as the option that is selected. Raging Bolt would have been KO'd if it didn't protect Farigiraf, just Psychicking for a little bit of chip damage. But again, Zamazenta protecting. Sam's defensive play works off, and Dave, now with all his cards on the table, is going to have to think of what he wants to do.
Yeah, brilliantly scouted by Sam. Played the safest they could just to see what Dave was going to lock into. As we mentioned, there was potential options for Dave. Dave had a lot of choice. We saw it locking into the Draco Meteor, though, and we know that that Dave possibly wants this Raging Bolt on the field, though Dave could switch this up now and change targets and see what happens. We see a possible Terror coming in, though, for the Raging Bolt, which would get rid of its Dragon weakness, and I think that is what we are about to see. This Raging Bolt losing its Dragon typing and becoming pure Terror Electric. Great in front of a Miraidon. However, if that Landorus is sitting in the back, we know that this Landorus is going to be able to take this Raging Bolt to town. And we see the helping hand come in from the Farigiraf there onto Miraidon. Miraidon is going to go for the Draco Meteor again, straight into the Raging Bolt. Was it a waste of a Terror? It was. Still being able to one-shot the Raging Bolt, even without its Dragon weakness being able to be taken down. And Samu has lost their Terror, so the Terror Electric has on out. Zamazenta coming in with the body press on Miraidon, does about 75% damage. Samu looking in like they're in a very, very difficult position.
Yeah, extremely difficult indeed. Miraidon being able to get that one shot onto that Raging Bolt with the help of Farigiraf's helping hand was, I mean, that was not something I was expecting, but now Sam on the back foot, as likely he's now lost that terrain control. Rillaboom being forced in now. Miraidon still with the ability to swap out and back in to regain that electric terrain. And this Farigiraf not really that threatened on this board, able to just Psychic for a little bit of chip damage, but also still preventing that fake out here from the Rillaboom.
Yeah, that Farigiraf really coming in handy. It might not be the most powerful Pokemon, but thanks to that ability, is able to stop a lot of Pokemon in their tracks, which means the Fake Out, as you said, not going to be any use, which means both of Dave's Pokemon are going to get some hits in unless they protect. Samu has some options here to take things down. We see a Draco Meteor coming into the Rillaboom. Is it enough? It's not. Rillaboom survives, and Miraidon's special attack drops once again, and the body press from Zamazenta is enough to take that Miraidon out, and we're going to see what this Rillaboom goes for here. Will it be enough to take out the Farigiraf? We'll have to wait and see. Goes for a Wood Hammer. Will it be enough? It is not. Farigiraf remains on the field, and Rillaboom was damaged by Recall, so Rillaboom's health dropping even further, and the foul play coming in. Rillaboom gone. It is this Zamazenta against Dave's two Pokemon. Dave still has one Pokemon left in the back who has not yet hit the field.
Yeah, and if I had to guess, it would be that Landorus, which provided so much value in game one. And as we see now, it is Zamazenta without a way to remove this Landorus in one turn, but this Landorus with a way of removing the Zamazenta with that Earth Power, not able to survive it. I don't believe we saw that in game one, but Zamazenta with its Steel typing really holding it back in this specific instance, as it has that weakness to Earth Power. And in a 2 versus 1 here, I don't think this Zamazenta is quite going to be able to do it without a little bit of fortune with some critical hits on this Behemoth Bash.
Absolutely, we've seen fortune come into play even from that double protect in the first game. So there is potential here for Samu to turn this around. But yeah, this is why Landorus has been so popular in this format, because it is able to do huge damage to Zamazenta. And Farigiraf has gone. Farigiraf finally leaves the field after being on there since that first turn. And we're going to see the Earth Power coming in from Landorus and doing a one-hit KO onto Zamazenta. Dave takes this game 2-0. Great plays, I think, from both Pokemon. Both players there, excellently played by both. Samu getting very, very unlucky, I think, especially with that double protect on turn 1. They did the best they could. Obviously, it was 1v1 right in the end there. So again, very evenly played. But yeah, Dave just being able to outpace them.
Yeah, as you said, that game 1, very unfortunate for Sam losing to that 25% double protect, but then masterfully played there from Dave in that second game. That adjustment, bringing that Urshifu and Miraidon, which is something that Sam really didn't seem that prepared for, that immediate adjustment. And with that pressure from that Scarf Urshifu, Terror Water Surging Strikes on that first turn, eliminating that Calyrex Shadow Rider, Sam's offense really started to falter a little bit from there and could not deal with that Miraidon in the end game.
Yeah, absolutely. Dave played excellently. He knew that Landorus was going to come in huge and kept it right at the end because we knew it was going to do a great deal of damage both to that Raging Bolt and that Zamazenta, which were key players in Samu's team. But even then, even with that Terror Electric on the Raging Bolt, that Miraidon goes so hard, as we have seen numerous times throughout, but not just the UKIT tournament, but throughout various regionals and international tournaments as well. Miraidon is just such a powerful Pokemon. Being able to one-hit that Raging Bolt with a Draco Meteor, even when it doesn't have a Dragon weakness, it's just huge. Excellently played. Both players, though, played very, very well. As we said, the first game very, very evenly matched as well. So commiserations to Samu, but huge congratulations to Dave there, bringing in a huge win for the Castella Seer Cobalions.
Yeah, and I think interestingly, I believe those two teams were 2-2 on the week. So that now puts the Cobalions up 3-2. And I think if they win this week, they will win. They will become. I can't speak. They will be first place in their division, so we'll secure that bye into the top 4 stage. That extra round that they don't have to play will be potentially critical for their chances of winning UKIT as a whole.
Absolutely, yeah, that's going to be huge if they get onto this. Right, let's move on to our third set, which is our first wild card of the stream. Wild card of all wild cards, I think. Jack, when we saw this, we both kind of went, okay, this is going to be interesting. I think people are not going to expect this, but let's just give it. What do you think is going to happen in these games before we show what's about to happen?
Have you ever been to Las Vegas? That's my best question for you, and that's the best response I can give to what we're about to witness. The eagle-eyed viewers of you might have noticed the little hiccup earlier that revealed these 4 Pokemon, but we do see Joe from the Twin Leaf Typhlosions rocking this full Metronome team. And for those of you who maybe have figured it out by now, this is a full Metronome battle.
Absolutely. Joe from the Twin Leaf Typhlosions here. We're getting with the 4 Pokemon. We see the Mewtwo, still in Regulation I though, so we see the Mewtwo and the Kali Shadow Rider here, both with Metronome, shockingly enough, with the competitive Wigglytuff and the Poison Touch Alolan Muck, also with Metronome. This is going to be chaos, so viewers, please bear with us because we are going into this just as blind as you are. We normally have got a fair idea of how these matches are going to play out in terms of the moves. We can kind of make some predictions. This is going to be just a free-for-all. Even for us, it's kind of like metronome commentating is what we're going to do, so who knows what's going to happen. Also, Joe needs 500 euros. If anyone's got it, can you please DM him and please let him know that he's okay to borrow it, okay? Unfortunately, Joe, I don't have 500 euros, but I could also do with 500 euros. So if anyone wants to lend me 500 euros, you won't get it back, but I could do with it. Shall we take a look at Joe's opponent for the week?
Yeah, I think we should. And oh, that's a similar 4 Pokemon, isn't it?
It is a very similar 4. This is Jack, also known as Joshua from the Glimwood Garchomps. We'll be casting later on, so you'll be able to see his beautiful face. Fun fact about Josh, he nearly attended a local in Luxembourg, but decided Oslo was a bit more convenient to attend. That is 100% true. I remember Jack going to Oslo to play a local, and why not? You know, locals are for everyone. Go visit your nearest European friend and go play their local. And Jack, talk us through these 4 Pokemon here.
Well, I mean, there's not much to really talk about other than what we've seen. Calyrex Shadow Rider, that's the Bright Powder, if I'm not mistaken. So this game could go on for a little while with those Metronomes not really able to pull the moves that you probably want. And then just that extra 10% chance for Calyrex Shadow Rider to just say, nope, you cannot.
This game is certainly going to be interesting. Obviously, both players using exactly the same team. We don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. Let's find out what's going to happen, shall we? As we move into game 1, Jack versus Joe, Regulation I, Metronome battles. And who we're going to see on the field? We're going to see the Alolan Muck and the Calyrex for Jack, and Joe's coming in with the Alolan Muck and the Calyrex. Sure, why not?
One thought, click button. No, but I mean, like, when you think about it, these Pokemon, Calyrex Shadow Rider and Alolan Muck, they've both got their immunities. Alolan Muck being to that psychic typing, Calyrex being to normal and fighting. So both with that option to really just block out a move that Metronome might roll. And in a Metronome battle, the amount of times that you can mitigate the chances of having a move do nothing is going to be exactly what you want. There's roleplay coming out from Joe's Calyrex, and it does nothing.
Failed.
So good start.
And we see the Metronome coming in from the opposite Calyrex on Jack's side. And we're going to see a Struggle Bug. That comes in very handy, dropping the special attack of that Calyrex and the Alolan Muck. That could be huge here. And we see the Alolan Muck going for the Metronome over on Jack's side first with a Fury attack into the Alolan Muck on Joe's side. It's going to do some very nice chip damage here. Just taking it down little bit by bit. Not doing huge damage each turn, but possibly coming in very, very handy indeed.
Yeah, and for a Metronome battle, the one thing that I always love about this sort of format is it reminds you about moves that you've probably forgotten existed. When was the last time you saw Mean Look or Fury Attack?
I mean, Mean Look again could come in very clutch here. It means that the Alolan Muck on Jack's side can no longer escape, so Jack cannot swap it out. I'm sorry, this is just utterly ridiculous. As we see a skill swap coming in, but it failed. Oh my lord, possibly because of the same ability. And the Metronome coming in here from the opposite Calyrex, and a Moonblast into the Alolan Muck on Jack's side. Dear me.
It's a real move! It's a real move! Crush Grip! Oh, this is unbelievable. Metronome coming out here from Joe's Mark Wonder Room. What does that do? Yeah, that's what it does. That's what it does. Yeah, good job, good job, screen. Yeah. So let me just remind myself how much defense stats these guys both have. Yeah.
It doesn't. Well, they've swapped now, so it doesn't. Does it matter? Who knows? As we go again with more Metronomes and the Calyrex coming in with a Water Pledge. Interesting.
Roll Fire Pledge right now.
Come on, if there's
Roll
a
fire pledge.
Come on, give us double pledge and a Leafage coming in to the Calyrex, not doing much damage here. As we see the Muck use Metronome, surprisingly, with a Poison Tail onto a Poison type, doing barely anything. But a critical hit, that could be huge, as we see the Metronome from the other Muck on the opposite side doing a Noble Roar here, which is going to drop the Joe's Muck's attack and special attack. There is so much going on, and yet so little going on at both the same time. I don't know what to do.
Remember, guys, we are a completely serious and hyper-competitive league with absolutely no silly and goofiness going on whatsoever. Tell your friends.
This is absolutely insane. Fickle Beam coming in here. We see the Metronome on the opposite side. Surprise, surprise. As we see Splash.
It's going to happen eventually. You're going to roll one of those moves that does nothing. It's interesting that they are clearly just the same four Pokemon in terms of everything they have been trained in. Speed is exactly the same. Burning Bulwark. So if this Muck now hits a physical attack into the enemy Muck, it's going to get burnt and it's going to start losing its health really quickly. Ivy Cudgel, that's not a move that makes contact, but it does go into the Muck.
Ivy Cudgel coming in here from the Alolan Muck, the other Muck protected with the Burning Bulwark. My lord, this is absolutely insane. What can we say? What to expect here? This is just madness. This is just utter madness.
Jack's Calyrex Shadow winning the speed tie there, clicking, what is that now? The 7th Metronome, but Psychic, the immunities we talked about, making that attack do nothing. Joe's Metronome now, it's his time to maybe roll Horn Drill. It's Icicle Spear, it's not quite Horn Drill, but... Wait, that's such an amazing animation. What?
I don't want to know where those icicles are coming from, if I'm being completely honest with you, but hey-ho.
I think we'll be taken off of Twitch if we answer that one, so...
Okay, now this time we see Muck going first with a Stone Axe.
Stealth Rocks, singles check.
And we see the Stealth Rocks floating in the air surrounding the team. And we see, well, not that Muck can escape, as we've seen the Mean Look has locked that Muck in, as it uses Defend Order, which is going to raise its defense. So much happening. I kind of hope one of the players decides to have a look at the stats, because if I'm being honest, I've lost track of whose stats are now what and what stats are which. So
I'm pretty sure both of Joe's Pokemon are -1 special attack, and now Jack's Mark is +1 defense and special defense. Defend Order, the signature move there of Vespiquen. When's the last time you heard of that Pokemon? Stomping Tantrum comes out, and now Jack's Calyrex ripping its own Metronome here as it gets Brick Break into the enemy Muck, but no screens to break on this instance. Jack's then Muck does then win that speed tie again. Ingrain, this thing is now healing 12% per turn and has that defense boost, but it can't leave.
And we see the Metronome coming in from Joe's Muck this time. It's going to come in with a Stomp. Who's it going to stomp? Nothing, because it doesn't affect the other Muck. So this is where we're at.
Brother, it's a normal type move, and it's swung
No, that's
into
the one.
Calyrex, the ghost
That's
type.
the one. So sorry.
Again,
Do you know
it's
it-
moves
you know it-
you've never heard of before, or probably haven't seen since you were about 6 years old playing
Yes.
Pokemon Red on the Game Boy.
But don't worry, everyone. Wonder Room has just ended, so defense and special defenses are now back to whatever they were before this started.
Oh,
and we
hello.
see a Doom Desire coming in from Jack's Calyrex, and
That-
got someone whispering in my ear, "What is that?" And I'm like, "I have no idea. Let's find
That
out,
is the
shall we?"
that's the signature
But a
move of
skill-
Jirachi. Another
And the skill
swap.
swaps coming in, nothing happening. With 2 skill swaps we've seen in this game already, as Joe's Muck gets the Confuse Ray onto Jack's Muck. So this, again, could be huge, but even with the damage, the Ingrain is going to come in as well and be healing that Muck. So will this Muck be able to break through the confusion? It is! It's going to get its Metronome sorted, and it's going to get a Sludge! A nice Poison-type move for a Poison-type Pokemon, though it's not very effective on the opposing Calyrex.
Yeah, that Doom Desire, the signature move of Jirachi, actually, a 2-turn move that in 2 turns' time will launch down with a 130 special attack. That's a Ceaseless Edge. That's a Dark-type attack. However, there is no attack stat on that Calyrex, so despite being 4 times effective, it does nothing. And now both sides have hazards on it. Spikes on Joe's side and Stealth Rocks on Jack's side, but now Haze coming out from Calyrex Shadow Rider on Joe's side, so all those stat changes are gone.
So we're back to exactly where we started, just with Pokemon with a lot less health. As we see the Muck on Jack's side using that Metronome. It's going to get a Meteor Mash coming in, doing a decent chunk of damage there to the opposing Alolan Muck, as Muck uses Metronome, using Jaw Lock onto the Muck on the opposite side, though it's not very effective, just getting a little bit of chip damage here. This is the most interesting match I think I've ever seen.
I'm pretty sure that Muck is double trapped now. I'm pretty sure Jaw Lock traps the target in anyway, so... No, it's triple locked, because I don't think you can switch with Ingrain either, so... This Muck just doesn't want to leave the board.
Nope, Muck will not be going anywhere. At least Jack's Muck won't be going anywhere for the foreseeable. And we see a Defense Curl coming in.
Listen, if we hit rollout next turn, we are gaming.
And we see a defog, so we're gonna have a reset of all this. Oh no, evasiveness.
Hazards.
It
The
is.
hazards, the spikes
So-
and the Stealth Rocks
all
are
the-
gone. Congratulations, we are playing singles.
I have lost all.
Shell Smash! Uh-oh.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
Sure. So the Muck is gonna lower its defenses, and then heighten its attack, special attack, and speed. So we know now, temporarily at least, that Joe's Muck is going to outspeed Jack's Muck, who is still confused as well.
The question is, does this... Oh, it hits itself finally. The question is, does Joe's Muck now outspeed the Shadow Riders? Oh, here's the
No,
Doom
yeah.
Desire finally launching down. And it just... Okay, we don't even need to figure it out, because the Doom Desire will remove the Muck from the board. That's now 1 KO, and we're, what, 10 turns in?
I've lost track. I
Count the metronomes that are left on the Shadow Rider, then we'll figure it out.
We'll have to figure it out from there as we see the first Pokemon drop. Thanks
Nine
for that
turns.
Doom Desire. 9 turns. It took 9 turns to get rid of 1 Pokemon. As we see everyone's favorite Pokemon, it's the Wigglytuff coming in for Joe here. Now that Wigglytuff does have competitive, so any defensive, any sort of stat drops is going to give it an attack boost. So again, potentially coming in clutch here. And we're seeing a terrestrialization of the Wigglytuff, which is Terra Stella. Will it come in handy? Who knows? Let's find out as this turn plays out. I wonder what they're going to click.
I wonder. There's a metronome from one of the Calyxes here on Jack's side. That's foul play. That's another 4-time super effective move and another KO coming out here from Jack. Calyx Shadow Rider on Joe's side is defeated by 2 subsequent dark moves and Grimnay triggers. We've got no idea if that's going to mean anything. Muck now still confused 5 turns later. Doesn't hit itself with confusion. Metronome now coming out from the Muck. What would it get? It will be String Shot. But Wigglytuff avoids the attack, but that's actually good for Jack, because if that String Shot hit, this Wigglytuff would have reached +2, and it's get Hyper Voice when it suspects Terra Stella Wigglytuff. This is going to do some serious damage here to this Muck. How much does it do? And it does about half. That's a little bit less than I expected.
Yeah, it did about half damage, but obviously the Black Sludge is going to give it some health back. The Ingrain also going to give it a little bit of health back. So this Muck is going to be extremely difficult to take down. But the Calyrex on Jack's side, getting very, very lucky with that foul play there. as we see the Mewtwo come in, named after Joyop, who I believe is a relatively known Mewtwo player. As we see the Metronome coming in from now the only Calyrex, and it gets Glaciate, which is an Ice-type move, and it's going to hit both, doing a fair chunk of damage and dropping the speed of both the Mewtwo and the Wigglytuff, but Wigglytuff's competitive. It now gets a special attack boost, as we see the Mewtwo going next, using the Metronome as predicted, and it's going to get a Barb Barrage, hitting the Poison-type move, not very effective on Calyrex. And finally, the Muk has lost its confusion, so it's able to hit its Metronome, as it's going to get a double kick onto the Mewtwo, fighting into a Psychic type, probably not the smartest, but the Poison Touch, poisoning Mewtwo here. Huge turn.
Yeah, a huge turn. It only does, what, 13 damage on its own, but the poison is going to rack up on this Mewtwo extremely quickly, and with Joe already down 2 Pokemon to 4 as Wigglytuff gets Amnesia, so it's +2 special defense. Long gone are the days where that would boost a special attack as well.
Absolutely, and we're going to see the leftovers coming in on the Mewtwo to give it some health back. However, it is been poisoned, so it is going to lose some health as well. The Muk getting its double health back thanks to that Ingrain, thanks to that Black Sludge, and the poison taking that Mewtwo down just a little bit. So weirdly, Joey's in a very difficult position here. Jack still has all 4 of the Pokemon left that they started with.
Yeah, and no Terra Burn. Not that I think it's going to be anything else other than Terra Stella on the Wigglytuff Bullet Punch here from Calyrex Shadow Rider. Mewtwo now the next one to click Metronome. What will we get this time? Poison Powder. But I think that's going into Mark. That's not quite Poison Gas, so it's not quite a spread move. But now Mark, it's his turn to get that Metronome. Roll the dice. There's Electro Shot. That's a move we know, but that's a move that's going to take 2 turns. But we know full well that's what Mark's going to click on the next turn.
Absolutely, we see the Wigglytuff coming in with the Metronome. Will the Wigglytuff be able to do anything to take out here? We see a Torch Song coming in. We know the of Skeledirge taking out the Calyrex. So we see another Calyrex gone. Special attack boost for Wigglytuff there as Jack loses their first Pokemon. So we know that Electroshot is going to be coming in from the Muk, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say. But here we are.
And interestingly as well, as it was just pointed out in Twitch chat, that Electroshot saving a power point here for Metronome on the Muk, who is very likely running low on them very quickly and can't switch out. So it's going to mean an extra turn that Muk can stay in and continue to attack. But that Wigglytuff as well now at +3 at this point with the Terra Stella boost. So if that thing rolls something like a Boom Burst, you could still start seeing Joe making an instant comeback here now the Ghost type has been removed.
Absolutely, and we see another Terra Stella coming out on the opposing Wigglytuff. As we know, both of these teams are exactly the same. So we're going to have to see which Wigglytuff is going to be the best. Who's going to be the toughest of the toughs? Let's find out as we see Metronome coming in onto the Mewtwo with a low sweep onto Wigglytuff. It is going to get the speed drop as well, but the competitive is going to raise its special attack, and the Electroshock is going to come in. Is it going to be enough to take down the Wigglytuff? It's not. Wigglytuff holds on with 22 HP, but the opposing Wigglytuff is going to win the speed tie and get an Ice Hammer into the Mewtwo. Is it going to do enough? It is not.
No, I think that Wigglytuff would have really liked to have hit the Joe's Wigglytuff and remove it, because that Ice Hammer would have done enough damage, but that's an Expanding Force, but no Psychic Terrain, and the random targeting does mean it hits into that Dark-type Muk once again. So this Wigglytuff, despite being +3 and rolling all the moves that it needs to, just cannot seem to actually connect on the mark.
No, Jack's Muk has gotten some very, very lucky moves thanks to that Ingrain and that Electroshot. It's doing some decent damage. That Mewtwo, again, hurt by poison. It's going down very slowly. Joe's not in a very, very good position here as they are losing more health by the turn. As we see the Mewtwo come in with a Metronome, and it's going to use Water Shuriken, the move of Greninja, into the Wigglytuff, and it's going to hit multiple times. As we know, a very cool animation, though. Gets hit 3 times onto the Wigglytuff, and the Muk goes next.
Yeah, Wing Attack now got from the Mark, and it does land into that Wigglytuff on Joe's side. So now, with Jack up 3 Pokemon to 1, and Joe's only Pokemon remaining being a poisoned Mewtwo, you would expect that this game will be wrapping up very shortly. But again, this is only game 1 of a 3-game series. Metal Claw is what this Wigglytuff will land. It's not a special attack, but that tiny little bit of chip will speed up the process of this Mewtwo's eventual demise.
Yeah, this Mewtwo in a very, very difficult position. It's now the only thing on the field, so both the Muk and the Wigglytuff are going to be taking it down. And we know it is poison, so it's losing health as well. It's only sitting at 33 HP. It's looking very unlikely that this Mewtwo could make a comeback. But hey, stranger things have happened. Who knows? The Mewtwo goes first. It gets in a metronome, and we see it use Ingrain, the move that has helped Muk keep itself alive. But is it too little, too late? The Muk now on the opposite side using metronome as well with Guillotine.
Oh my god, we hit it!
That move, that one-hit KO move, the Guillotine coming in absolutely clutch there, taking the Mewtwo down, and Jack takes the first set 1-0.
Oh my god, that was...
I am exhausted. That was
one game. That was one game. We still got 2 more of those to go, potentially. I don't even know what might happen at this point. Obviously, this is the point where we go, oh yeah, you know, both players played well. Both players can make this adjustment or that adjustment. Nope, just roll better dice. I mean, it's a brilliant game. And the Muk on Jack's side, I mean... That was the Muk was the big MVP there, staying on the field to, you know, get back all serious. Staying on the field with that Ingrain and that Black Sludge just could not be removed throughout the entirety of that game. And well, by some miracle, didn't run out of power points there for Metronome, so just stayed as a nuisance, as a threat throughout the entirety of that game 1.
Absolutely. Muk was 100% the MVP there. But the Guillotine at the end, what a nice way to finish off those battles. And as you said, there's no real way that we can kind of... No real way you can prep for this. There's no way to play this. The only thing you can really change is your leads and your terrors. Obviously, they didn't know that they were going to lead the exact same thing, and they happened to terror the same thing. Obviously, that was a choice by Jack. Jack did terror later, so knew that Joe had already terror stellar I need to say the Whimsicott, Wigglytuff, excuse me. But yeah, insane, absolutely insane games. But the Guillotine coming in and being able to hit, because we know that these one-hit KO moves are so difficult to hit, but coming in huge. Jack picking up the first win, and I think we need to go into game 2 of what could potentially be the world's longest or shortest game. Who knows? Let's find out as we head into game 2 of Joe against Jack. Metronome battles. I wonder who they're going to lead with. This is the most exciting part. What leads are we going to see this time? We see Mewtwo and Muk coming in for Jack. Oh, and we see Mewtwo and Muk coming in for Joe. Exactly the same leads once again. Not the same as last time, but still managing to copy each other. I don't know if they were communicating by this or if this is just pure coincidence.
I'm starting to wonder that maybe they have said, let's lead the same thing. Let's do the same thing of just terror the Wigglytuff and nothing else. But it can't be a coincidence that both trainers have decided to pivot into this Mewtwo now. But once again, we're back to more speed ties. Jack's Mewtwo does win the first one, gets Ice Punch off of its Metronome. No freeze on this occasion. And now Joe's Mewtwo have a chance to try and drag him back into the game. A flatter into Mark. I don't know what that move does. It seems like, okay, it's special attack Swagger, right? Okay, yes, so this Mark is once again confused for the second time in 2 games. Does hit itself in confusion on this occasion. So it did win the speed tie, but unfortunately not able to move, but does preserve a power point for it, which might be important later. And now Joe's chance here for a Metronome Glaive Rush into the opposing Muk. Does about 40% here, but importantly might leave this Muk vulnerable to an attack from the Mewtwo on the next turn because of that double damage effect there from Glaive Rush.
Yeah, Glaive Rush probably one of the most powerful moves that we've seen. Obviously a staple for Baxcalibur, so could potentially be not the greatest for the Muk there, as we see a guard split happen between the 2 Mewtwo's there, as this second Mewtwo now uses Metronome, and let's see what happens here. And it's the heal bell, and a bell chimed, and that's about it. So congratulations, Mewtwo, on ringing your own bell, I guess. That's always important. Ring your own bell, everyone. As we see the Chloroblast onto the opposing Muk, but it's not going to do a great deal of damage. But the recoil coming in on the opposite Muk. Oh, and Jack's Muk snapping out of confusion after 1 turn this time, managing to get the Metronome as he uses Twister and hits both Mewtwo and Muk for some very, very, very little damage. Not doing a great deal here. Obviously, both Muks have got Black Sludge, so kind of going to recoup that from the get-go. So some interesting moves already from these Metronome battles. Obviously, the Glaive Rush, I think, is the one that's done the most so far.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we did net 1 damage to that Mewtwo, so that's got to mean something, but Jack's Mewtwo, again, winning the speed tie, does land a swagger here into Joe's mark. So if this thing now hits itself in confusion on this Metronome, it could knock itself out to recoil. But first, we've got to focus on Joe's Mewtwo also getting that Metronome off, as Body Slam is the move of choice. It will hit into the enemy Mewtwo. Won't get the full paralysis, though, here, as now Jack's Mark winning that speed tie. Morning Sun allowing it to heal, but I don't think it was... Oh, it's actually half health. So that's going to bring it right back up to full. But now here's the big one. If this Muck hits itself in confusion, Joe will be down 4-3. But no, he will land it. The Metronome will come through and will allow it to use Last Resort, which fails. At least it's not KO'd.
That's true. It did not manage to KO itself, which is very, very good for Joe. But Jack's Muck, once again, getting these healing moves, being able just to keep itself alive. Clearly, Jack's Muck has got a vendetta against being knocked out, as it wants to stay on the field. Even though this time it can be swapped out, it hasn't suffered a mean look. It can be swapped out at any point. And we see Metronome coming in from Joe's Mewtwo first, as we get a payday. Excellent. Lots of coins scattered around. Both trainers going to leave with extra cash in their pockets. As we see the opposing Mewtwo use a Pain Split. Not going to do too much, but they are going to share what little damage the Mewtwo had on it. As we see Jack's Muck go first this time, winning the speed tie, and it uses Bind. That's going to do a little bit of chip damage each turn, I think, as I believe that's how it works. But the confusion, once again, coming in. If this Muck manages to hit itself in confusion, but it doesn't, it's going to survive for another turn, get off a Metronome, and we're going to see a Frenzy Plant coming in to the Muck, but it's not very effective because it's a poison type. So here we are.
Yeah, but at least it's not hit itself in confusion yet. But I think the important thing here is this Muck will not even have a chance to hit itself in confusion next turn, because its turn will be skipped as a result of Frenzy Plant, and then it will also preserve itself 1 power point on its Metronome, so can stick around a little bit longer. So likely this battle going to be between the Mewtwo's for this turn, but that Bind is really hurting Joe's Muck here. I think that did way more than the leftovers did heal, so the Muck might be KO'd by this Bind before it ends, but Jack's Mewtwo will be the one to move first here with the Metronome. Does land Teeter Dance, which I think now puts everything to confusion. It does, and now everyone gets to share the pain that this Muck has gone through the last 2 turns.
Yeah, well, why let one person be confused when you can share the confusion around? Absolutely, as you should. So now everything is confused, including Jack's own ally Muck, as Mewtwo hits itself in confusion, Mewtwo saving itself a power point there. And Muck must recharge from that Frenzy Plant as we go over to the opposite Muck, who is also confused once again, but does manage to avoid hitting itself in confusion, uses the Metronome, and gets a Whirlpool onto Mewtwo. So that means that Mewtwo is also going to be taking a little bit of chip damage at the end of each turn. Jack's getting a lot of these moves where it's just going to keep chipping away, which honestly, in the long run, could be super beneficial here.
Yeah, it's exactly what he wants in positions like this. If you're not going to roll moves that are just going to KO the Pokemon outright, you just start setting up for their eventual KO later on. And Whirlpool and Bind, they're going to start stacking up because they're doing more damage. At least Bind is doing more damage than Leftovers. I think Whirlpool is the same as Leftovers onto this Mewtwo, but it will at least keep it at the same health range. Obviously, nothing to talk about with what the 2 trainers lock into. It's just Metronomes instantly clicked. But there does seem to be a little bit of thinking here from Jack, as now Metronome coming out from his Mewtwo. Well, it does win that speed type. Bulldoze is what's locked into. The Muck is almost removed from the field on Joe's side. Not quite, but we know that Bind will do enough damage to do that remaining health here on Joe's Muck. But the speed's dropping from everything, meaning Joe now will no longer have a speed tie here between the Mewtwo's.
Yeah, the Mewtwo manages to snap out of its own confusion, and it used Roost to give itself a nice decent health boost here, taking it back up to full health as we move over to the Muck. Muck has only got 8 HP left. Is this the end of Joe's Muck? It is not yet, as it manages to hit the Metronome and land a blue flare onto the opposing Mewtwo. And that gets the burn, which is going to be huge, which means this Mewtwo is going to now be doing half damage as the opposing Muck on Jack's side manages to snap out of its confusion, hits the Metronome, and we're going to see a Roar of Time coming in. Obviously, one of the legendary moves into the Mewtwo, doing a fair chunk of damage. That Roost basically might not as well have happened here. yeah, health over on Jack's side, less health on Joe's side. It's all to play for still.
It is all to play for, but the two Pokemon on Jack's side, the Smeargle and the Mewtwo, significantly more healthy than Joe's two Pokemon. And with this Mark potentially going to be KO'd here by this bind, if it doesn't end on this turn, Joe will find himself down 4-3. Whirlpool does go through first onto the Mewtwo, and then yeah, bind will connect onto this Muck, removing the rest of its HP, and therefore Muck will be the first KO here in this game. And I think that was slightly faster than game one.
A little bit faster. I didn't see how much faster though. We'll have to check the metronome turns because these turns are just going and going. So we see 4 metronomes. Oh, we're down only 7 turns. No, 5, 6 turns.
Yeah,
5 turns. 5 turns. So yeah, so 4 turns quicker than last
six,
time.
Because the Mewtwo didn't waste the power point because it hit itself with confusion.
True.
So
true.
it's 6.
So 6 turns. So less than last time. As we see Wigglytuff come out and Terra Stella once more for Joe on this side. Let's see what moves are going to happen this time. Jack's Mewtwo with a metronome with a Feather Dance, which I believe is going to drop the attack stat of the opposing Mewtwo. Mewtwo coming in with a metronome now. And that's going to hit Struggle Bug, dropping the special attack of both the Mewtwo and the Muck on the opposing side. Did a decent chunk of damage, though, to the opposing Mewtwo. Who's going to be first, though? Wigglytuff, though, quicker than the Muck this time around, as the Wigglytuff with the Terra is going to go for the knockoff. Is it into the Mewtwo? Is it into the Muck? It's into the Muck, which means the Muck is going to lose its Black Sludge, which means it won't be able to get the health back. And the Muck must recharge from its last attack, which I believe was that blue charge, possibly. Oh, I have no idea.
Roar of Time.
Roar of Time. That's the one. There's so much happening. But yeah, a little bit of health coming back all around. But that knockoff there could have been huge if it had gone into the Mewtwo. As we know, Mewtwo's very, very weak to dark type moves. But that Whirlpool again coming in, taking off more damage than that Leftovers is bringing back.
Yeah, Joe, in a bit of a bind here as this Mewtwo, again, because of that Bulldoze earlier, will outspeed Joe's Mewtwo. Gets the Giga Drain off for a little bit of healing here, which is certainly not going to be insignificant. I believe that's around 1 tick of burn. Joe's Mewtwo, now the next one to move, still outspeeding that Muck, and that Wigglytuff as Extreme Speed will come through. A priority move, but not priority in this instance. Wigglytuff, now the next one with that Terra Stella boost still to burn, and its normal type Slash coming on through into this Mewtwo, and does chip it for about 25%. So decent damage here as the Muck will be the last one to move on this instance. An Acid Spray here will hit into this Wigglytuff, will remove 2 stages of special defense, but because of that competitive boost, now makes this Wigglytuff a little bit of a threat here for Joe.
Yeah, that Acid Spray coming in from Muck obviously got the stab boost as well, with it being a poison type move, and especially into the Wigglytuff fairy type Pokemon. So does take super effective damage, did a decent chunk, but as you said, it's now raised its special attack by 2. So if it manages to roll a special attacking move on its next turn, because, you know, who knows, it's going to do a fair bit of damage. All Pokemon on the field around half health, so things are going a little slower than last time, but chipping very, very slowly, but all coming down at around the same point. And a Hyper Voice coming in from the Mewtwo on Jack's side, with Metronome coming in from Mewtwo on Joe. So going to get the Hype Jump Kick onto the Muck, and it does land as the Wigglytuff with the Metronome gets off a tackle. Good old tackle and a critical hit, which is huge, as Muck uses Metronome as well. And that's going to have the Hyper Beam. Who's it going into? It's the Wigglytuff. The Wigglytuff has got Joe in a very, very difficult position, having lost 2 of their Pokemon. Lost the Mewtwo, lost their Terra Stella Wigglytuff. Jack again getting super lucky with these rolls here. Jack, I don't know what Jack's doing, but he's able to take these down.
Yeah, I don't know. The metronome gods always really pick a side. I mean, you got to remember Jack landing that guillotine in that first game as well. So really, it all seems to be pointing in his direction here for this set. Game 1 went his way. Game 2 now looking like it's going to go his way as well, as Joe is now down to his final 2 Pokemon, but it is the 2 restricted. The Pokemon you would expect to do the most damage here, as Calyrex Shadow does now hit the board with full 16 metronomes, but that does mean in 16 more turns, this game will be over in Jack's favor. Cross Poison is the move of choice, but hitting into that Mewtwo that's already burnt. There's nothing much it can do here. Mewtwo gets Terra Blast, but that is just a normal type move straight into that Ghost type Shadow Rider.
Absolutely, Mewtwo on the opposite side now using Metronome, gonna get off a play rough into the Muck, and the Muck on Jack's side is down. The MVP of the last term taking that play rough and has gone from the field. And the Mewtwo on Jack's side also very low health here, thanks to that burn. He's getting some leftovers health back, but Jack is worth noting still has 2 full healthy Pokemon sitting in the back with both Wigglytuff and that Cali Shadow Rider. On Joe's side, however, we've got the Mewtwo and the Calyrex both taking a little bit of damage. It's still not looking very good for Joe, but hey, one-hit KO moves exist. We've seen stranger things happen. 1 hit on the last game. Who knows what could happen here? If Joe gets very lucky, could get 2 one-hit KO moves that both hit. We don't know. As we see the Terra Stella coming in on the Wigglytuff, the same as Joe, as Jack does that. Obviously, this Wigglytuff has got competitive, so want to be avoiding those status moves. As Calyrex goes for the Metronome and is able to get a Hypnosis, but it failed. It wasn't able to hit. And Mewtwo on Jack's side now with its own Metronome is going to get an Ember onto the opposing Mewtwo and gets the burn. So both Mewtwo's on the field, both low health, both burned. This could be huge. Metronome coming in from Mewtwo, and an Electro Ball going in to Wigglytuff, doing about 15-20% damage. Metronome coming in from the Wigglytuff, as we know, and it's going to get a heavy slam. Terra Steel, who's it going to hit? It's going into Mewtwo. Mewtwo taking it very well, taking about 3 HP's worth of damage. That Ember burn, though, huge, absolutely huge.
Yeah, it's going to ensure that this Mewtwo is not going to be able to get any recovery here, and with it running out of Metronomes soon as well. I believe it's on its last 5 at this point. Might be a little bit more than that, but it is going to slowly but steadily run out of those attacks, and Calyrex Shadow Rider will be left on its own. Yeah, I think it's about 6 it had left, if I saw that correctly. So Calyrex Shadow soon going to be left on its own in a 1 versus 3. It's going to need to land these attacks. Mystic Terrain does come out, but it's 1 turn too late to save Joe's Mewtwo from that burn. Unfortunately, the other Mewtwo on Jack's side will get the Metronome off first because of that Bulldoze earlier in the game. Venoshock is going to be fired off, but wait, it's the Bright Powder on the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Calyrex avoided the attack.
That move can't normally miss, but because of that Bright Powder, it doesn't connect and doesn't have a chance to poison anyway. But here we go, Super Fang here from this Wigglytuff. It can't claim a KO here, but will just remove half of the health here from that Mewtwo. 25 HP to be exact, and now Mewtwo on its last legs here in this game. Calyrex Shadow Rider looks like it's going to have to pull off a masterclass if Joe wants to force a game 3.
Absolutely, Blokes. We said both Mewtwo's taking a little bit of chip damage, but also taking the burn damage, also getting its leftovers damage as healing back up. So kind of both sitting in the same place. The Calyrex, though, sitting pretty at full health, and also gets the chance to move first, can do some decent damage depending on what it gets. And it gets a Super Cell Slam into Mewtwo. Doesn't do much damage, though, as Mewtwo goes next on Jack's side, and that's going to land an Air Cutter, but it's going to be avoided by the Calyrex as Mewtwo takes about 10 HP damage. It's sitting on 9 HP now as it uses Rock Polish. So this Mewtwo has just raised its own speed, so there is potential that this Mewtwo is going to be moving first now. As Wigglytuff, Terra Stella gets a Blaze Kick. Who's it going to hit? It's going into the Mewtwo. Mewtwo has gone. Just 1 Pokemon left for Joe in this Calyrex, but that Bright Powder coming in very, very handy. Being able to avoid a lot of moves from Jack's side. There is a small window of opportunity here for Joe to possibly push this into game 3 just by avoiding all of this moves. We know that Jack has his own Calyrex in the back, so it is going to be very difficult, but it is potentially possible.
It is possible, but all the right moves are going to need to be found, and that is one of them. A super effective Sludge Bomb into that Wigglytuff, removes it from the board, and now there's only 2 Pokemon left on Jack's side, being that Mewtwo and that Calyrex Shadow Rider. Burnt is this Mewtwo, and I think it will be running out of Metronomes in a couple of turns' time, but on this occasion it does get one off. That's a Tickle, which will lower the attack and defense here of this Calyrex. It's not going to matter, as Calyrex's attack stat is already so low. But if this Mewtwo starts rolling a physical attack, those attacks are going to start doing a hefty chunk of damage.
Absolutely. The tickle there coming in kind of handy, but not too handy. But obviously, the Sludge Bomb from the Calyrex was absolutely massive. And as you've just seen on the timer, there is only 3 minutes left of this matchup. If this goes to time, Jack has 2 Pokemon left. Jack could win by pure default on the fact that he was not able to as we see a Hammer Arm come in onto Mewtwo, not very effective, does take a little bit of damage, but does get a speed drop, as we see the Calyrex on the opposing side now using Metronome, and it's going to get a low kick, but it's not going to do anything because Calyrex is a ghost type, so it's not going to do anything. Mewtwo coming in now with the Metronome, as it's going to get a Misty Explosion on Misty Terrain. Oh my god, the chances of that happening are incredibly low, but it happened. Mewtwo is gone. It's Calyrex against Calyrex, and if I see correctly, Jack's Calyrex has less HP than Joe's. There is now a chance that Joe could bring this back and take it 1-1, pushing it into game 3. Fire Fang coming in, not doing much damage, doesn't get the burn. Metronome from the Calyrex on Joe's side coming in with a blast burn. Fire move.
No way.
Around.
No way.
Joe takes it. Joe with the KO onto Jack's Calyrex. Joe takes this 1-1 as we head into game 3. What on earth have we just witnessed? The window of opportunity was this big for Joe to pull this back. From 1-3, Jack had 2 fully healed Pokemon in the back, but a Misty Explosion on Misty Terrain rolled by Metronome. Can someone do the maths? That is astronomical. Surely.
There's one law of constant in a Metronome battle. You will always roll Explosion exactly when you don't want to roll Explosion, and that's exactly what's happened there. And frankly, it's the only reason Jack's lost that game. It's the only reason we're in a game 3, because as you said, only 2 minutes remaining on the clock. So Jack was just going to be able to win that one on timer with 2 Pokemon left. But now here we are. I would say we have to suffer through a game 3, but no, we're having the time of our lives over here, actually. So...
I mean, if the whole of game 3 could last as much as just those kind of last couple of turns, which is like, just get it over and done with, give me some explosions, give me some hard-hitting moves, let's see what happens. I don't think that's going to happen, but hey, let's find out. Mewtwo and Muk against Mewtwo and Muk as we start again, as we started last time. I wonder what everything's going to press. Probably Metronome, who knows? But let's see if anything is going to change here as we move into game 3. I'm shocked we've got to this point, Jack. I can't lie to you. I'm absolutely shocked.
I was convinced when that Mewtwo started to get chipped down and Calyx Shadow was the only thing left really for Joe. I was convinced that game was over and it would be a 2-0 sweep. We do see Syrup Bomb coming out from Joe's Mewtwo, so this Muk will be slowed down slightly over the course of the next 3 turns, meaning it will not win any more speed ties. With Joe's Muk, Poison Fang coming out here from the opposing Mewtwo as a Badly Poison immediately triggered here by Jack onto Joe's Mewtwo. For those of you who maybe don't know about Badly Poison, I presume you will do, that's going to start doing even more damage as the turns go on, and Muk rolling yet another bind into Joe's Muk. So Jack getting rewarded here for what was quite an unfortunate end to that game 2.
Absolutely. We see the opposing Muk on Joe's side getting the Rock Blast into Mewtwo, doing a little bit of chip damage. But just because they've got a bind, just because they got a poison, hey, Joe managed to pull it back from the last game. Who knows what is going to happen next? It is still all to play for. It is so up in the air because you just don't know what's going to happen. We could see anything. Obviously, all the Pokemon are going to get a little bit of healing back thanks to leftovers, thanks to that Black Sludge. However, Mewtwo on Jack's side is going to get poisoned, and that poison is going to get worse and worse. That Mewtwo possibly looking like it's going to drop a lot quicker than it did in the last game. And Muk there, hurt by the bind, so getting some health back, but also losing it again. And we see the Muk on Jack's side with the syrup is now going to be a lot slower than it was before. As Mewtwo goes for a Metronome, and it uses Dig, which is going to save a PP move, and could potentially do a lot of damage if it goes into the Muk. Obviously, that is a poison type, very weak to ground moves, as the opposing Mewtwo uses Leer, dropping the... Oh, was going to go into the Mewtwo, didn't, but obviously he's going to drop the defense of the opposing Muk. as Joe's Muck now with the metronome, hitting a wrap, an opposing wrap for swap a wrap for a bind. Why not? Let's go for it. As Muck on Jack's side uses metronome, is it going to get anything super effective? It's going to use Dragon Darts into the Muck, into the Mewtwo. Little bit of damage either side, nothing too much, but something we're very used to, obviously, with a Dragapult, obviously Regulation H coming back up, that I'm sure everyone is very, very excited for. And yeah, I had a woo in my ears, excellent. One person is very excited for. But Jack's Mewtwo done itself a favor, dug itself underground, could potentially be taking out this Muck if it goes into the right place.
Yeah, it could be, and I don't know if Jack and Joe have like a bit of a mutual agreement just not to switch, but this Muck couldn't switch out even if it wanted to because of that bind on from the opposing Muck. But this Mewtwo is going to start losing its health extremely quickly from this poison. Dig is coming out from last turn, but it will hit into the Mewtwo, doing relatively little damage, as now Joe's Mewtwo with a chance to hit a metronome, but again getting roleplay for the third time this set. Clearly that's a fan favorite move from the RNG. Shockwave now from Joe's Muck doing relatively little damage, but at least it can't miss. And now Jack's Muck getting the final metronome of the turn as it sets up with that Calm Mind.
Yeah, Calm Mind, I mean, could come in use, maybe not. We saw Hazes and Defogs in the last set, so, you know, things were disappearing on the field as soon as they were getting set up, so who knows if that's going to come in use at all at this point. Obviously, Wrap and Bind both taking damage, both taking a little bit of health from both Mucks here, but Joe's Mewtwo still suffering from that poison, losing health, and loses this turn around about 40 HP. It is now down to just under half health, thanks to that bad poison, which is going to, again, potentially turn this in Jack's favor, but as we saw in the last game, it might not. Who knows at this point what is going to happen next? I'm sure I've got an idea though. It's metronome. Of course it's metronome. Everything is metronome. Jack's Mewtwo going first with a Mud Slap onto the opposing Mewtwo, taking about 10 off, but lowering its accuracy. Again, could potentially be huge. As we see the metronome from Joe's Mewtwo using a Draining Kiss. So gonna get a little bit of health back, not much, doesn't do very much damage, takes about 20 HP there back from the Mewtwo. And Joe's Muck this time, going first thanks to that speed tie, using a Poison Fang onto the opposite Mewtwo. Doesn't get the poison though, as the Muck this time going for Metro and gets a Fire Fang onto Joe's Muck, and also doesn't get a burn, but takes it down to about half health. Joe is starting to lose some of his Pokemon. His health is going down slowly and slower, while Jack's team are able just to keep recovering and healing back up.
Yeah, but we did see this in the previous game where Joe's Pokemon were getting relatively chipped down with these status conditions and the bind from the Muck, but eventually with that comeback, obviously now Mewtwo taking about 31% of its health here from this poison. So with this increasing tick of damage from the badly poisoned status condition, I do believe Mewtwo is on its last life, will probably lose all of its health on the next turn. So only has one more chance now to roll the heal bell we saw in game 2, as now Jack's Mewtwo will win the speed tie, will hit the Muck with a wing attack, and the Muck is now close to being KO'd by 2 more ticks of bind. Aurora Beam coming out here from the Mewtwo on Joe's side, but that Mud Slap from last turn, meaning that it misses its mark here. Muck now claiming a triple kick, which is going to do pretty much no damage here into Jack's Mewtwo. Does get a critical hit just for, you know, a little bit of safekeeping, but not that much damage. The Poison Touch now finally landing, and this Mewtwo is going to start losing its own health. Joe now potentially setting up for this Shadow Rider to win in the end game again. But now we still got one more metronome left to go. It's Dive here from Muck, saving itself a power point, and it's going to keep itself safe from any forms of damage for basically the entirety of next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. That accuracy drop, though only one stage, came in very, very handy there, and Mewtwo managed to avoid that Aurora Beam, which again wouldn't have done too much damage, I don't think, but still, any damage at this point is huge, as we see the bad poison coming in on Joe's Mewtwo, and it hangs on with about 12 HP left, and the Wrap and the Bind coming in onto the 2 Muck, and the poison as well on the opposing Mewtwo. Again, very even at this point, considering all of these moves have been determined at random, so it's being played out very, very equally. I do wonder if the mechanics of this makes that possible. But Bleak Wind Storm coming in, Muck misses, but it also misses the Mewtwo. Bleak Wind Storm, obviously, no rain to get the 100% accuracy, so it's always going to be a risk. As a Mewtwo on Jack's side uses Recycle, so it's going to get back an item that it didn't lose. And now Metronome on Joe's side with the Muck is going to get the Solar Blade, but Muck is not on the field. Oh no, it's going to absorb Light, sorry. We don't actually know where it's going. And then we see the dive coming in onto the Mewtwo. First Pokemon down. Once again, Joe's Mewtwo is the first to go. Very similar to Game 2, but hey, let's not count our chickens before they hatch. We know that Joe can come back from this, as we saw from the last game, which we're going to probably keep referencing because it was unbelievable. And I still can't quite get over it.
No, I'm not quite sure, really, how that managed to happen, but importantly, Joe's Muck's still very low health here at this point. It is now freed from the bind, so is now able to get that HP increase from its own Black Sludge, get itself back into the game, as this Mewtwo will start losing its health slowly but steadily from that poison, as the Terra target has now hit the board here for Joe. The Terra Stella on the Wigglytuff once again. And now it's got a chance to do some serious damage here. There's no Ghost type. As long as you can hit maybe a normal type, maybe a Fairy type move, and just dodge any poison type attacks from this Muck, this thing could be doing some serious damage. Now Mewtwo gets the Metronome off first. Flame Charge going to be increasing its speed, but doing not that much damage here into Wigglytuff. I presume the Muck, yes, Solar Blade coming out here from last turn, but into the opposing Muck is going to do actually a lot more than I expected there. About 25% here. Wigglytuff now with its own chance to wag its finger and give it its own attack. Fire Lash is what's going to come out hitting into the Muck. Doesn't quite KO it, however, will lower that defense stat. And now the opposing Muck on Jack's side, the last Pokemon to move here on this turn, as its finger will let it use a Pollen Puff here, and it gets the KO on Muck.
Muck knocking out a Muck, so Joe is once again down 2 Pokemon while Jack still has 4. Jack's Muck still living on very, very little health thanks to that Fire Lash from the Wigglytuff there. But this is almost playing out exactly the same as Game 2, and it all turned around very, very quickly. So we'll have to see how this goes as we see the Calyrex for Joe hitting the field with that Bright Powder, so moves don't always hit it as accurately as maybe Jack will want. We'll have to just see, as well, still getting that competitive threat from the Wigglytuff as well as we move on to the next turn. Metronome from Mewtwo on Jack's side, using a Vice Grip, but it doesn't affect Ghost type, so it doesn't hit. Now, Calyrex Shadow using Metronome, gonna have a Lava Plume, one of Torkoal's favorites. Everyone gets hit. A crit on its own Wigglytuff, though. Muck clinging on with 1 HP there. Mewtwo also down to its last bit of health, and an attack order coming in from the Wigglytuff onto the Muck. Muck is gone from the field. Jack has lost his first Pokemon. Huge all around, but has that Lava Plume done too much damage? That Wigglytuff is down to about half health thanks to that Lava Plume.
Yeah, and that damage has got no way of being restored here on this Wigglytuff, with it having the Choice Specs as its item. Obviously, it's going to allow it to do more damage on those special attacks, but unless it pulls something like Roost or Morning Sun, which we have seen earlier in this set, it is going to be stuck on that half health and eventually going to be able to be whistled away at by these 2 powerful restricted Pokemon, who I want to say are probably the only 2 restricted Pokemon that actually learn Metronome.
We'll have to get our fact checkers to run that, because I'm not sure. As we see Metronome come in with a Flower Trick, this is going to be a critical hit onto the Calyrex, and it does a little bit of damage, not too much though. Metronome from the Calyrex on Joe's side though, this time taking in a Steel Wing into the Mewtwo. Not enough to get any damage though, as the opposing Calyrex now getting a Metronome. It's going to get a Phantom Force, Ghost type move. It's going to disappear instantly. The thing is, Wigglytuff is a normal type. Unless it hits the Calyrex, it's not going to do anything. As we see the Cotton Guard coming in from the Wigglytuff, gets a nice defense boost there, so potentially saving it. But again, the Phantom Force, though it's going to get that Ghost Stab, unless it hits the Calyrex, nothing is going to happen.
Yeah, this is really dangerous here now for Joe, who could either lose his Calyrex, because that is going to do a lot of damage at stab Ghost type attack, or Wigglytuff is going to take nothing. But we do see Ice Spinner coming out here from Joe's Mewtwo first. We do see the reveal there, but the Phantom Force is actually avoided here by the Calyrex because of that Bright Powder that it's holding. Saved by the item choice here as Whirlpool will hit into the Mewtwo, will get that KO. But the Whirlpool damage plus Poison would have got it regardless at the end of the turn. Wigglytuff still the last thing left to go. Sorry, still Grim Neigh to trigger here on Joe's Calyrex. Wigglytuff now giving its chance to roll the dice as Luna Dance. Oh, I think Luna Dance is a move that KOs you, so that's a good thing there's no Pokemon in the back.
Absolutely. And we're back to 2-2. 2 Wigglytuffs, 2 Calyrex Shadow Riders. Both Mewtwo's and both Mucks are off the field. As we said earlier, this can go any direction. Jack in a little bit of better position because Wigglytuff has only just hit the field, still has full health. It is a shame that the Phantom Force did not hit the opposing Calyrex Shadow, else Jack would have been in a very good position. As we see a triple dive coming in from the... Sorry, that animation just caught me off guard. The triple dive coming in from the Calyrex, hitting that Wigglytuff, taking it down just below half health there. As we see Joe's Calyrex this time hitting the metronome, and it's going to get a Swift, but it's going to hit the Wigglytuff, doing a fair bit of damage though. And this time Joe's Wigglytuff moving first. What's it going to be? It's going to use triple dive as well. Double triple dive. I mean, again, the chances of that are still pretty slim, but it's going to hit this Wigglytuff, probably take it down to about the same amount of health that this Wigglytuff also has, just under halfway there. So the board state is very, very even here as we see Jack's Wigglytuff go next, hitting the metronome. And this time we're going to get a Clanging Scales. Not going to affect the Wigglytuff because it's a fairy type, but could potentially do huge damage here. And it does, takes down Joe's Calyrex to under half health. Clanging Scales is a great move, but great protection there from the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, now things looking a little bit difficult here for Joe, who's lost a lot of the health on his own Calyrex Shadow out of Rock Slide. A spread type attack coming out from Calyrex doesn't do that much, but that's that chance to flinch. Does get the flinch onto the Calyrex. Wigglytuff, we won't get to see if that has flinched yet, as Jack's Wigglytuff will be the first Pokemon to move. Bug Buzz coming out into Joe's Wigglytuff, leaves it on 7 health. And then the double flinch from Rock Slide leaves Joe completely out of the water here. Has no damage done, not even an attempt at a metronome here from Joe on that turn.
Oh, double flinch is very unlucky, but that's why players do use Rock Slide on some of their Pokemon. As we see the metronome coming in, and it's going for a Shadow Claw, but it targeted the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is a normal type. It does nothing. Calyrex on the opposing side now, using metronome. It's going to get a Brick Break onto the Wigglytuff, doing a fair amount of damage. And Wigglytuff on Joe's side, winning the speed tie this time. It's going to move first. It's going to use Focus Energy, giving itself a nice boost, which means it's going to get a critical hit probably on the next turn. But will it be enough? Let's see. Jack's Wigglytuff, metronome, is going to get a Zing Zap, which, what is it? Who knows? And it's going to hit the Calyrex. Doesn't do enough, but both Pokemon clinging on right to the end there.
Yeah, that is Togedemaru's signature move. A 30% chance to flinch, but no chance to flinch here. But here's our favorite move once again, Ingrain. So Jack is not able to deal with this Calyrex Shadow Rider on Joe's side on this turn. It could start getting out of hand with some of these healings. Aqua Jet coming out from Jack's Calyrex Shadow. And now here comes Wigglytuff with its Terra Stella boost, the chance to do good damage. Grass Knot is the move of choice into Jack's Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Terra Grass boost from Stellar Boost. It only does about 40% now. Wigglytuff on Jack's side gets its own move. Whirlpool once again. We really seem to like these trapping moves, and Wigglytuff is now down. It's once again Calyrex Shadow Rider against the world.
Yeah, we've seen this happen in the last game. This Calyrex could pull it back. It is sitting on 24 HP thanks to that Ingrain, gained a little bit of health. It is all still to play for. The Calyrex on Jack's side looking healthier, but hey, explosions are a thing. We've seen it happen. Joe's Calyrex moves first. What's it going to be? It's going to be Strength into the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff has gone. It is Calyrex on Calyrex. Jack's Calyrex is going to have to pull out an attacking move. If it doesn't, this still could go either way. Calyrex getting the Grim Neigh boost for its special attack. Jack's Calyrex moving this time around, and it's going to be Rest. It's going to put itself to sleep. So this is going to be very, very difficult for Jack to pull back from, because the ingrain on the Calyrex on Joe's side means it's going to be regaining health while Jack's Calyrex is asleep. This is insane. The chances of Joe possibly pulling this back have just gotten bigger.
Can I ask a question? What happens if they pull Perish Song right now?
Then
what
it all
happens?
ends in
Do we go to a game? Do we go for a game 4?
The game will, putting my judge's hat on, the game will then decide who wins. It will pick a winner for us. Basically, whoever loses the speed time, we get a U-turn. It doesn't do much, as the Calyrex on Jack's side, still fast asleep. Joe's Calyrex gaining a little bit of health back, thanks to that ingrain. It needed that. Will Jack's Calyrex ever wake up? Who knows? Let's find out.
Actually. It will guarantee this turn. Rest keeps you asleep for 2 turns. Eerie Impulse. Oh, actually dodged again by the Bright Powder. The guaranteed wake up here from Rest on Jack's Shadow Rider. Metronome, all he'll need is a 1 big attack into Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it is Grassy Terrain. So Joe's Calyrex Shadow is actually going to gain a significant amount more health because of that total 12% between Grassy Terrain and Ingrain. But with only 2 minutes left on the battle, I don't think he's got enough time to get himself up to full health to win on a potential speed tie with the ruling.
Who knows what could happen?
And it's
self-destruct! The self-destruct from Jack's Calyrex. It doesn't affect Joe's Calyrex. Joe's done it again. Joe has beaten Jack down to the last wire thanks to a self-kill. A Misty explosion followed by a self-destruct. Jack in the early game getting all of those things that he needed to keep the game solid, but in the end, absolutely losing it. Thanks to an explosion, thanks to a self-destruct, the ghost typing on the Calyrex just not going to be affected by a self-destruct. This was insane. Congratulations to Joe. I don't know what else to say. Luck did not, player skill level in this didn't play out. This was chance. This was all pure chance. And poor Jack, who will be casting after this, by the way, so you must all ask him about this in chat. I want you to bug him about this. What on earth happened? What on earth happened? The pure luck to not only get a self-kill in game 2, but to get a self-destruct less than 2 minutes left. Insane. Absolutely insane.
I'm pretty sure Jack just wins that if he pulls literally any other move, because Joe's Calyrex Shadow between the Grassy Terrain and Ingrain was not going to get enough health in time before the timer, but Metronome giveth, Metronome taketh away, and would you believe that game actually matters for about 3 teams' playoffs runs? Jack really needed that win for his team, but that's what happens when you leave it down to chance, I guess. Sometimes, Lady Luck shines on you. Sometimes you self-destruct on a Calyrex.
I mean, it is insane. That is the game you play when you play Metronome battles. There is ultimate chance. Everything is up, but luck really favoring Joe in these end games here. Each game we've said Jack has got the upper hand. Jack certainly had the hand throughout all of game 1. Jack took it home. We thought we were going to see exactly the same game 2. Joe managed to get very lucky at the end by not pulling a self-destruct or a misty what was it, the Misty Blast, Misty Explosion on Misty Terrain. Jesus, that was, again, pure chance. But for Jack in game 3, last 2 Pokemon left, Jack's Calyrex at almost full health, Joe's on so little, just getting that little bit of health back, but then getting a self-destruct, that is madness. Utter madness. I have no words. I have absolutely no words to explain what we have just witnessed, what the viewers have just witnessed, what Jack and Joe witnessed when this was probably filmed a few days ago. So, GG's?
I think this game perfectly personifies that meme graph where it's we're so back, it's so over, and that's just Jack's mental state throughout that best of 3 set. We're thinking, I'm winning, I'm losing, I'm winning. Oh, I've rolled self-destruct, I've lost.
Utter madness. Utter madness.
Hilarious, but madness.
I mean, my brain is so scrambled that I have no idea what I've just witnessed, but I know I need to go and have a lie down. I think that's what I'm going to go with.
I could do one of those as well, I think.
Honestly, absolutely. I mean, great. That's just a huge congratulations to all the players, to B, to Chris, to Samu, to Dave, to Joe, and to Jack for some excellent games played for this first half of the stream. At the end of the week as well, just before player subs, we acknowledged earlier. And we won't be leaving you empty-handed. Obviously, you've still got 3 more games to come. Jack and Kieran will be taking over for some excellent games. I believe you've also got no, these are all regulation. I don't think there's any more wild cards. But then again, who knows? Like, why not metronome battles? Why not?
Why not?
Oh, Richard doesn't want to anymore. Okay, sorry, I'm getting whispers in my ears from a producer. Okay, this is what happens in here. He can make it happen. Honestly, why not finals? 7-on-7 metronome battles. I mean, I think that's just fair. It's the only way the game should be played, which is just pure RNG. Why not? I'm just putting it out there. Yeah.
But I think we should take it to a break just so we can get the next two set up and get you the next 3 games for the night. But it's been an absolute pleasure being with you here for the past 2.5 hours, Lee. And we'll leave you in some very capable hands who maybe have a little bit more energy than we do while we digest what we've just witnessed. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Welcome back, guys. It's been a long few minutes since that last game. I'm Kieran, Mr. Garden Hose. I'm here with Joshua. How you doing, mate?
Hello, I'm fantastic. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's a long game just then, but
It
you know,
was a-
it is what it
It
is.
was a long game to play.
Yeah, it must have been, especially with those downtimes in between, like game 1, 2, and even game 3.
There was a few turns where it was like ingrain, leftovers, black sludge, just healing, and you're just sat there just pressing the A button, just continuously waiting.
It was a marvelous game to watch, honestly. I loved seeing that.
It was a
Like,
fun game to play.
It was those like last few turns, especially in those that later half of game 2 and game 3, that just really sealed it. That was
My favorite parts of watching the chat is somebody saying, "You just know Jack should buy a lottery ticket because of the amount of good luck he's had." When I was sat there knowing in game 2 and game 3, I was blowing myself up.
I think it's even better knowing the fact that you've blown up to lose games 2 and 3. Sorry, the whole set was just hilarious to watch, but so like incredible.
And then another good comment I saw. Lee said, I think it was like midway through game 3. He said something on the lines of, "Well, game 3 is going a lot like game 2 did, and we know how game 2 ended. And I'm sat there like, it's gonna go the exact same way. I'm gonna get to a 4v2 and still lose from an explosion."
I know when we were just myself and Jack were both watching it in the other VC we got for the casters, while we had Jack and it was Jack and Lee that was casting it, and we both were just there laughing our butts off just from the sheer absurdity that comes with Metronome. It was great, and
So-
I hope these next 3 games are just gonna be as great.
Of course, we got some Reg Eye.
Yeah.
How do you feel of Reg Eye?
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't say the words I want to, because I think Riff will beat me up for it. I let's just put it this way: I do not like the format itself. I've come to a bit attached to it, but it doesn't feel as fun as say like Reg H that we're coming back to starting next month for standard play, if I remember rightly.
Yeah. I'm the opposite. I actually can't stand Reg H, and I quite like Reg G, Reg I, Reg F. I love them, but I can't stand Reg H. Like, I was looking at all the majors, and I was sat there thinking, I might just take a break until like basically December.
I feel you there, because we've got Reg H for standard play, and then if you just go onto the ladder, you've got mythicals that I don't like either of them.
Oh yeah, clicking Swords Dance with Arceus and then just clicking Extreme Speed looks very good.
Honestly, Farigiraf stocks are going to go up after this month. So yeah,
Right.
should we go on to the first set, maybe?
I'd love to go on the
Let's
first set.
first set.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Edward, we've got a Kali Ice. That does not look like a Kali Ice. That's a Kali Shadow with a Zama, with a Torn, with a Smeargle. So this is a lot of follow me. This is a lot of helping hand. I'm surprised actually that we don't have expanding force. It looks like an expanding force team. You've got Iron Hands as well. Something I do quite like is the Baton Pass from the
Yes.
that's
Just
yeah,
about to say about that, yeah.
that's
So
really
you
cool.
could a potential lead that could be seen by Edward here is potentially that Smeargle to go decorate onto Indeedee and then Baton Pass straight back into the Kali Shadow, or maybe even something like Zamazenta to just completely bulk it up and just go ham.
Yeah. Also, like seeing Taunt with the Psychic Trains.
Yeah.
Edward is if you hear you're a TTT player. You spend literally 0 seconds on laddering, but you obsess into. I'm not.
I think that's the horse game. Yeah, it's a game of like horse girls or something. I don't get it myself, but hey, you do you.
pretty derby and spending hours and hours on it every single day.
As Edward saying in chat, yeah, latest Horse game. So yeah, very strange game, but you do use, mate.
Mm-hmm. So moving on to Jen.
Yeah, like, oh, there we are. So we got Gem here. No image, but Gem really likes yellow beanies, especially paired with a red and black checkered shirt. I wonder who we know that has a yellow beanie with a red checkered shirt.
I wonder who we know who would possibly write that.
Thoughts, chat? Thoughts, chat?
Anyway, so looking at the team, you've got a Torn Kyogre. I love a big fish. Can't lie. I love that thing. Very happy it has Water Spout. The amount of games you can just win clicking Tailwind Water Spout is absurd, by the way. This Kyogre is paired with a Zaman, a Chien-Pao, with priority blocking with a... Oh my god.
Serena.
Serena, yeah. Backed with a bit of Swift Swim Basculegion. So you got a bit of Reg H in there with the Basque. You've got... obviously, you've got the Zaman. I always feel like, as well, you can tell... do you know, like, when you look at teams, I feel like you can tell the people who played a certain restricted in, like, Reg G and then move to Reg I. Because if you say Cali Shadow and then you put, like, Zama on the team, you'd never see a Chien-Pao. But if you were a Zama player and then put a Cali Shadow on, there's always a Chien-Pao on there. So I'd like to think Gem was using a Chien-Pao in Reg G.
I do also love that niche pick of Serena. I know we saw a lot of Serena used in Reg H, F, and I believe a bit of G. But to see it in this high power format, there's a nice little priority blocker. Very, very niche, as I said earlier. Like, we're mainly seeing like your Farigiraf basically as a form of priority block, but it's honestly pretty good with those rain teams because of the fact that the rain powers down those fire types attacks that Serena would be more scared of.
Yeah. And I feel like we can just jump into the game now if we're ready.
Yeah, I feel like we can.
Okay, so this is a showdown game.
All right, let's see the leads.
So we see both players lead Tornadus, and we see a Kyogre, and we see a Calyrex Shadow. How do you feel about this lead?
Yeah, I feel like pretty standard leads. Tornadus is just a good Pokemon to lead anyways because of that prankster Tailwind or even Taunt, depending on the speed interactions with the Tornaduses. Could potentially get a Taunt out to then stop your opponent's Tailwind going up. Like, Kyogre and Shadow Rider, I mean, it's your restricted, isn't it?
I feel like the problem with like maybe a play like that, right, is if you are on the opposite side, you're the Kyogre player.
Yeah.
And you can taunt, or even vice versa. If you mistime this and they click Tailwind and they click a big move, you're gonna have some big damage hitting your way.
Oh,
So
sure.
we see a Terra Dart from the Torn. We see a Protect from the Kyogre. We see an Astral Barrage hit into the Tornadus. It's Life Orb Kali. We see a Bleak Wind Storm.
And then Tailwind from this Tornadus as well. So speed advantage instantly, as I see speed advantage instantly to the Calyrex side. And already a use of Terra. Was that a critical hit as well? I think I see that in the right eye. Yeah, crit on Astral Barrage into the Tornadus, doing a lot more damage than what it should do, honestly.
Yeah. So even though damage-wise, you'd like to think Gem is quite well off. Gem has just burned their Terra. So that you're kind of forced now to click Tailwind and a big move, and this Kyogre has got Water Spout, Thunder, and Hydro Pump. So you're either going to be clicking Water Spout and just hope you can just tank a Astral Barrage hit from this Cali. Not only that, like obviously the Torn as well has got Bleak Wind, and speed-wise it might be a faster Torn. So you might have to lock into Thunder or Hydro Pump, depending on the damage.
And we know for a fact this Kyogre isn't the Choice Scarf variant, so it's going to be slower than that Calyrex. And as we see there,
So we see the Torn click Tailwind, we see the Bleakwind Storm, and we see a Hydro Pump that misses the Kali.
Crucial miss right there.
Well,
I believe Hydro Pump would have been able to finish off that Calyrex there, so the miss there was very detrimental to Gem.
yeah. But it does let you position nicely into this Basculegion, right? That
that's
with probably an Aqua Jet might be able to just OHKO this.
Honestly, I don't believe he needs that, considering the fact that now there's a dead Tornadus and the fact that he's got Swift Swim. I believe Basculegion should be able to outspeed the Calyrex now, possibly go for that 100 base power last respects, letting Kyogre go for like a Thunder into Tornadus potentially.
And I guess as well, if you wanted to say lock yourself into Wave Crash, it's probably a lot safer, especially with what they could possibly have in the back, because you don't want to click Aqua Jet on the Indeedee swap. And you also don't want to lock yourself into, say, into Last Respect when this could possibly be an Indeedee in the back that could just click Follow Me, and that will just make Basculegion useless. So we'll just see what comes out. So we see the Torn Protect. We just see a nice double Protect to see what this Basculegion is going to lock itself into, which is the Wave Crash.
Oof.
It's a Wave Crash into the Torn. Probably predicting, a Protect from the Kali.
I'm not entirely sure what to say, if I'm honest with you. I was wholeheartedly expecting the Last Respects.
Yeah, so so we see the Wave Crash into the Kali. This is kind of what I expected to happen last turn, because if they don't Protect and they clicked Astral, the position's really bad then.
Yeah, I feel like you were completely spot on there. That's probably what the last turn's Wave Crash was aimed for specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But we do see that Serena as the fourth Pokemon for Gem, as well as the third for Edward being that Zamazenta. Now, I know we see that the moveset for Serena here being Power Whip, Triple Axle, Taunt Protect, so it doesn't really have much to deal with Zamazenta itself, but there's always the Basculegion with that I believe one more turn of rain left, so that could be a bit detrimental, as no more Swift Swim as well, so it would put Basculegion back at its regular base. I think it's like 85 speed.
I mean, not only that as well, you've got no more turns of Tailwind left for this Tornadus, so this Tornadus is freely just be able to click Tailwind with no sort of pressure being so this could just be a nice little Protect from the Zama. You click Tailwind, you can bring in whatever you want in the back to sort of, have speed control, especially with the, So as you see Tailwind, you see Protect.
Now, this is where things get a bit more detrimental at the end of this turn. Yes, the Tornadus goes down, so we do see the 4th form Edward, but the rain's now gone, so Basculegion's not as fast, as well as the Tailwind's expired. So this Indeedee and Zamazenta's got that extra speed bump on top of just regular speed over Gem's side of the field, which is a bit detrimental, I'd say.
Yeah, the Indeedee does have Psychic Surge as well as a Psychic Seed, so it's going to boost its special defense. But it's not going to be able to do much with that with two physical attackers staring at it. That Basculegion is hunting for that next OHKO with that Wave Crash. But at this point, okay, so...
Oh, the critical hit. I'm not sure how much that mattered in the long run. And then the body press to finish it off, so a 2-0 win to Edwards to end off game 1. That crit, I feel would matter.
I feel like the crit probably didn't matter, because I would assume you just double the same slot, right? So if it doesn't pick up, the Psychic can get it anyway. And then the Serena cannot beat the Zama with Power Whip Triple Axle, right? So you're just going to keep attacking. So I don't think it mattered too much. I think the game's pretty much wrapped if you just double that slot.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered in the long run, but it's still hard to see, sort of thing. I completely get that. So what do you think could be adaptation? From your own potential experience with these two sort of cores?
I'd be tempted to maybe lead Zama and Kyogre would be kind of cool. Just leave both your restrictors just to put on pressure. You know, you've got your wide guard support. You stop the Cali just clicking Astral. You can click Water Spout. You can click your Hydro Pump. You can click your Thunder into the Taunts. You can click Heavy. You know what I mean? You've just got a lot of play. Also, something that we haven't talked about as well is that, especially when stuff doesn't go your way, is sort of taking a breath. Yes, you got crit. At the time, you might be thinking, oh, you know, it's not going my way. But actually, like I said, it might not have mattered, and it's just keeping calm for this next set.
It's definitely a part of the game, crits and everything. It's all numbers and everything. But personally, I think Shen Pao Lead could be pretty good for Gem here. Like, exactly similar sort of reasons to Zamazenta, as it does just completely threaten to shut down that Shadow unless it goes for that Terra Dark. But yeah.
And I could also see maybe Torn, like Kali, or like maybe even Torn in DD, and you just click Tailwind Baton Pass like straight away to get Psychic Terrain up. And then you could just Baton Pass into your Kali Shadow. That'll be, at that point, I don't know what the speed tiers are like. You could just click like Protect on your Tornadus, click Baton Pass turn 1, you know, soak some damage in, see what Gem's going to do, bring in your Kali Shadow, and then you've got Psychic Terrain or whatever else you might need. I keep thinking that this Kali Shadow's got Expanding Force.
It does feel like it should, but like it doesn't. It's got a Psychic over it, and like I know exactly what you mean, because I'm there like, I really like. You see it in the game, and like it feels like it should, but it just doesn't have it. And maybe that's a choice because of how prevalent Wide Guard has become in this format, specifically with the. From what I've heard, yeah, don't want to be completely ruled by Wide Guard. Yeah, exactly. Like the prevalence of Zamazenta Crown specifically, and I think even Pelipper. No, Pelipper isn't that useful.
Just run Imprison on your Zama.
I completely forget that it gets that. I think I know. Like I remember hearing that like right at the start of the format. There's a few people that were thinking of that as well, but yeah, but I think we've covered everything we can. Like, should we head on to game 2 and see what?
Let's load in game 2. Okay, so we do see the Chen Pao adjustment.
The
we do see it.
But we do
see the Torn, and we do see the Calyrex Shadow.
So we see the same lead from Edward, but slight change up from Gem, and that Shen Pao that I was just saying about honestly threatens both Pokemon on field right now because of the ice moves. I think it's like Icicle Crash. Icicle Crash can threaten the Tornadus, and then obviously Sucker Punch can deal with Calyrex Shadow. But one thing that I just noticed this now looking back on the team sheet. It gets this Shen Pao has Icy Wind as a form of speed control as well.
It does. I quite agree with both of the adjustments, well, or lack of adjustment, because I just feel like it's good fundamentals if you win and it's very you get a strong sort of win that you sort of should be doing the same thing, right? Get your opponent to play a bit differently. So we do see a Protect from the Tornadus, and we just see an Astral Barrage come out into the Kyogre and the Chen Pao. Does about 50% to each. We see an Icicle Crash and a Hydro Miss. Another Hydro Pump Miss.
God, Kyogre's not got his glasses on today, that's for a fact.
This is a really tough position for Gem. As she's lost a lot of damage trade, a lot of resources, and not got much out of it. You know, you've not traded the Kali. You could have just clicked Thunder into the Kali to try and get a Para or just damage off and doubled it. Because most likely the Taun's going to click Tailwind or Protect it, and if it clicks Bleak Wind, you know you're going to survive it. So maybe I would have liked to see a double into the Calyrex.
That was a very rough turn, just fully because of exactly as you say, like the Astral is just going to pick off the Shen Pao, giving that Calyrex the +1. What?
And we see a Water Spout. maybe this is a sort of a turn where you're just clicking a button because you don't know what to click. That it does feel like that to me.
Does also guarantee damage, so it's yeah, it's like it's one of those cases like it's hard to kind of I've lost the words for it. I'm so sorry.
I feel like you can still just click Hydro Pump. Like you're just getting more damage off, and you're doing that little amount of damage.
I feel like Thunder could have been clicked because of it being guaranteed in the rain, but
That is-
in it.
That is true. So we do have this Tornadus out. I believe Gem still does have Terra, so this could be just Terra Dark, Bleak Wind to protect here on the Kyogre.
Or just Tailwind.
Do you know what would be quite nasty if you click Trick Room?
Oh, that could have been. Does this indeed have Trick Room? That is the real question. It does not have Trick Room. So
It does not.
following
Oh,
how
it's
the Tom
just fully supportive. Okay, yeah, so now you've got a special defensive Tornadus in front of a Terra Dark Tornadus and a Kyogre that's on 3 HP. Not only this, still no Tailwind up. So
But there is the case of the taunt on the Terra Dark Tornadus as the as Gem's got her Tailwind up, she could always go for the taunt into Tornadus now that Terra's no longer an option, and then stop potential Tailwind from Edward's side.
yeah, I mean, as well, like you just said, right? The taunt coming from the Terra Dark Tornadus is very scary because you can just click Hydro Pump with the Kyogre as long as you don't miss. And we do see
That one
connection
hits!
1 of 3.
Oh, there we go. Kyogre's got his glasses for a turn.
So
I'm hoping this Kyogre sees more accuracy throughout the rest of the set. But what a turn there, isn't it? Exactly, like taunt on the Tornadus blocks that Tailwind, and now that Calyrex is down because Kyogre's finally got some glasses.
it's finally got its glasses. It is spraying water. It's splashing about. It's, it's the horse is drenched, right? The horse needs to go dry off for maybe potential game 3. I don't know.
Yeah.
So we'll see where this NDD comes from. We do see a Bleak Wind Storm, and another Hydro Pump, and another KO from this Kyogre.
Oh, nice! Kyogre. You want long live Kyogre for sure, but the fact that it's managed to pull 2 more Hydro Pumps just out and managing to get both knockouts on the Shadow Rider and the NDD has just helped push Gem back into this game as well.
What is a little bit sketchy is that even though Gem does have Tailwind up for 1 turn, this other taunt is obviously taunted. The taunt is Terra Dark. Body Press will just do enough damage, and if played right, the Zama's got the +1 defense. The rain has stopped, so this Basculegion, I imagine it's just going to lock itself into Last Respect now because there's not much else you can lock yourself into.
I feel like Wave Crash is still a viable option because Tornadus can just set up the rain itself. It does get it. This set does have Rain Dance, so yeah,
we do see it.
So yeah, as you say, Body Press is knocking out the Landorus. Wrong genie. The Tornadus, sorry.
Yeah.
And the rain is up. The Basculegion is wave crashing. It's demolishing. Now this endgame, I don't know about you, Jack, but I don't really know my Basculegion counts to know how this endgame may or may not look.
Well, you've locked yourself into Wave Crash. Wave Crash is going to do a lot of damage. The Zama has a lot of defense, and I think we should just click play and find out.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the play.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So potentially, so this will depend on whether the Wave Crash does enough to recoil, and then the Heavy Slam picks it up, which that's what we see.
Oh, and it's a 2-0. The Zamazenta lives barely, and that
Barely
is
lives.
game, set, and match to Edward. Do you know what? That Basculegion, especially in that end, was incredible. No, like, even though Gem may not have managed to pull off the game 2 win, I still feel like that was neck and neck for as even though like this first, say like turn or two, didn't look so favorable for Gem, and looked more like it was going to be a Edward just sweeping up the rest of the set. Like that especially the mid to late game was pure perfect. I have no other words to say on that.
I feel like if this was me sort of watching my game back, I think you can very much see the water spout play, and the snowball effect that play had. Because if you would have clicked Hydro Pump and you would have hit it, that Kali would not have, like, you would not have had to terror the Torn later on. So you would have had your terror left. You wouldn't have had to, you could survive the body press. Like Heavy Slam's not doing much. Like that's a sort of snowball like effect, and that's just something you just see from playing.
Oh, for sure.
And I think that's sort of where the game was not lost, but it was very one-sided. Was that one water spout play and not getting that damage off?
Yeah, I think it didn't help the fact that there was 2 missed Hydro Pumps, like how we saw in Game 1, where missing a Hydro Pump was just very... The word's gone. It's very detrimental, there we go, like, to the whole set, but accuracy be how accuracy is. If it's not 100% accurate, it's 50% accurate.
But also, you just got to click the move that works. You got to click them, like, this is... I talk to my team about this all the time, and it's one advice I try and give anyone. Clicking the move that will win you the game is better than just clicking an okay move that will just do nothing. Even if it might not pan out. If clicking Hydro Pump's going to win you the game, then you click Hydro Pump to win the game.
Yeah. And I know how low accuracy can cause a lot of...
Anxiety.
I used to play... During the Regulation G format, I used to play a lot of Groudon, so I'm very much aware that sometimes to gamble is never the right play when it comes to accuracy, of course. What was my point?
I don't know.
I don't have a clue.
Should we just move on?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to move on.
Let's just move on. Okay, so we have Josh +1. I, meaning Josh, probably hold the record for the quickest VG set ever. When Sam Tavner beat me at EUIC so quickly, the matchlet wasn't even at the table yet. Now that right there is something to be proud of. Team-wise, we're looking at a Scarf Kyogre with Trick Room, Kali Ice, Rillaboom, just your basic, basic balance. You got your Amoonguss, you've got your Rillaboom, you've got your Raging Bolt, and you've got your Incin. With 2 restricted, it's just a good team.
Yeah, there's not much else to really say on that. They're just Pokemon-wise. Pokemon alone, it's very, very standard. And again, we're seeing that Hydro Pump on the Kyogre. Oh, the Terra Water version, though. Terra Water, just big damage, go burst sort of thing.
Do you know what is very interesting about this team?
Mm-hmm.
The Amoonguss ability.
I've just noticed that.
So, I know chat can't hear, okay? But we have a little beanie man in our ear. And as we mentioned it's just sighed so loudly in our ear.
At least there's no spelling wrong at the moment, so you've got 1 win on that one, Rich.
Okay, so we'll move on to our next competitor. So we've got John, or Anno_J, who wants to give Rawn a massive shout out for being the best TO in UKIT. What a person.
Yeah.
Another Kali Shadow team. I feel like Kali Shadow's been used a lot today. I've seen it on screen a lot.
It's a good Pokemon to use, that's definitely for sure.
This is near enough. Well, I mean, we've got the same 4 non-restricted. So there's going to be a very cagey, very balancy game going into positions. The Zama is got Behemoth Bash, which is something a bit different. Normally you'd see a Heavy Slam there. So yeah, I think we can just go in, to be honest.
Yeah. There's a few minor differences in like items and whatnot between the teams, but yeah, a lot of the non-restricted ones being near identical, and we're going to see how this leads. We are going to see that Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Rillaboom from John, and Rillaboom Incin from Josh.
Yeah, so in positions like this, you normally want to just sort of stay away from the fake outs because you don't want to, you know, Josh is putting a lot of pressure on here because if Josh were to click fake out into the Rillaboom and click knock off into the Calyrex, you're just losing your Calyrex turn 1 for nothing. But there's also a lot of other things you can do. You can parting shot if you feel like, you know, you want to have Incin out for whatever reason. You could double the Rillaboom slot with like a Wood Hammer or a U-turn knockoff. There's a lot of different opportunities you've got. The Calyrex feels quite vulnerable, I feel like.
I feel like we are probably going to see a protect or a switch out on the Calyrex to preserve it for later on because of exactly as you said there, the Incineroar is so big right now.
Yes.
In the game.
Yeah, so we do see the Calyrex swap out. And we see Zamazenta come on in. So this is a really good swap because obviously if you would have clicked knock off and Wood Hammer into that Zama slot, then you would have got nothing out of it.
Yeah.
But a big U-turn coming out from the Rillaboom into the other Rillaboom.
Though I feel like there could be some very big plays for next turn, especially because, as we saw as the Pokemon being brought up, that Incineroar does in fact have Will-O-Wisp, which could be very detrimental on both of the mons that John has out at the moment. That Rillaboom, the physical attacker, as well as the Zamazenta, to half the damage it does with the B-Bash, and, well, I think Body Press gets nerfed by Burn, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, so big detrimental. That seems to be my favourite word today.
Yeah, well, as well, this Incineroar, even though it looks a bit scared, it can just Terra Bug and Will-O-Wisp the Zama, just to put it out of basically bad positioning. And then, but then doing that though, you do lose your, you know, your dark typing really, especially with when you know they've got the Cali in the back. So you might want to do something like maybe Terra Bug, Will-O-Wisp, and then click Trick Room with your Cali. That could be something you could do. This Incin might be able to live a Body Press, but I don't know if it'll be able to live a Body Press plus like Aggressive Wide or whatnot.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either.
We do see our trainers though opting, looks like, to go for that Trick Room play.
Yeah. Oh, but we are just gonna see that raw Body Press. Should have worded it like that. The Body Press into Incineroar to just wipe it off the face of the earth. Now Calyrex, the Shadow Rider, isn't gonna feel as scared to come out.
Well, it's not that you like. John's just going to like maybe rotate back into Incineroar, right? Because you just want to keep these fake outs just rolling. Amoonguss does come out. Amoonguss is a great swap here.
Yeah, especially as Trick Room's going back up, because I don't believe. Yeah, we have got the Fairy Terror on the Calyrex here.
And also you don't have a good swap in here because you can't stop Wide Guard Spore.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you can stop what?
But you can't stop it for 2 turns, so it doesn't really matter if you click fake out into the Amoonguss because you can't click Lance. 9 horsepower is not going to do enough anyway for the Amoonguss, so the next thing you just click the exact same moves.
Yeah. And the Amoonguss does underspeed the Calyrex and Trick Room, as we've all learned throughout our time in various different formats.
Yeah, and you can see in selection as well, Josh really thinking on how to best maneuver this.
Yeah.
A play you could go for is maybe fake out into the Amoonguss and then Trick Room.
Oh, yeah, that could definitely be a play, yeah. Reverse.
However, I've just realised that this Amoonguss is Covert Cloak, so you can't even do that.
Oh my god. Now that's something I think we both looked over in our team.
Yeah, so you just need to try and you gotta hope for like a 1-turn sleep, click Trick Room, and try and get out.
Yeah.
The position, like, it's really, really tough for Josh to try and maneuver here because you've lost what would be, you know, your swap into Incineroar for basically nothing in, you've not exchanged it, you've not traded it, so you're down a resource. You got restricted that's asleep. Your other restricted's choice scarf. So being in Trick Room is just not where you want to be.
We still got 3 turns more of Trick Room as well. That's the
Yeah. So
as we
potentially, and you don't, and the other thing is that you also just don't want damage onto your Kyogre. So
Yeah.
it's just clicking maybe Woodhammer, just Trick Rooming and just hoping that you can survive, and undo your Trick Room earlier.
We're seeing a lot of thought going to each singular play from Josh. As we saw there was only like 5 seconds before he timed out and then just the game auto-selecting his move for him.
Yeah.
Which, that's one of the joys of VGC. Sometimes the games go right in your favour, but then there's other times, like as we see right now, where... Oh, and the Sludge Bomb Poison as well? This is really going rough for Josh.
Yeah, Josh is not having a great time here. This Woodhammer is going to do maybe 10% at most.
Yeah, but then you don't. There's the other side of it. You don't want to. Oh, and Poison's going to finish off the Rillaboom as well.
Yeah, you really clicking Trick Room that one turn's really not helped Josh.
Yeah.
And also having Covert Cloak Amogus is crazy.
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest with you, I would have definitely forgot to read the team sheet and just click Fake Out anyway.
I would have fully assumed that it would be like your standard Rocky helmet. I didn't even think about it being Covert Cloak until you said, as it switched in,
And
the
then,
Covert Cloak. It's like, oh man, of
And then
course.
and then I think the turn after, I would have clicked like down, A, and then up, and then A again, and forfeited after clicking Fake Out to the Amogus. But that's just me. So we do see. I feel like this is just a Hail Mary at this point from this Kyogre. Just to.
We are seeing that Terra Water on the Amogus as well. And Night Kyogre.
I mean, this is kind of how it goes.
Yeah.
When you're in Trick Room and the Mushroom underspeeds all of your Pokemon.
It's exactly what I was meaning earlier. Like sometimes there's some games that just go really in your favor, but then there's others, like right now, where you've got to be putting like you got to lock in and just. I can't get the words out, but I hope chat and you, John, and
So sometimes you've just got to not look at the. You've got to take control of your game, right?
Yeah.
You've just got to go. Even though this game has not gone in my favor, I will make sure that whatever I do next game will go in my favor, and I won't put it to chance, or I won't, because there's a lot of learning curve from this game. Okay.
Yeah.
You know that Trick Room's not going to work, right? You probably have realised that having an Incineroar, maybe clicking Will-O-Wisp into the Zamazenta would have really helped, right? You learn all these things, so in this game too, imagine Josh doing a lot of changes. Meanwhile, if you're John, you don't need to make these changes because you've comfortably just won, okay? Like, look at the damage difference, look at the Pokemon difference.
Yeah. We did also see another Kyogre without his glasses on, missing another Hydro Pump. What is it? I don't know what it is about Kyogres today and just being completely blind. But, oh, there we go.
I mean, it hit. It
And
crit.
it crit as well. And now it's dead.
It's just a bit sad that this mushroom can just swap itself out, regain all that health,
You know, with his ability.
and the Amoonguss survives because that's what Amoonguses do. They just live.
Yeah,
And John does
This-
take game one.
that felt like I felt hurt by that, and I'm not even the one playing.
Yeah, this is definitely one of them games where, like, even though it's gone really, really badly, when you're looking at your game 2, you can really see the difference, or the different things you can do, and how you can adapt from that game 1 to maybe try and push a game 2 into a game 3. Like, there's definitely ways to win this game. It's just Josh has to find them, and I don't think it's like, I don't think that the matchup's super tough for Josh. But when you click Trick Room, Amoonguss comes in. You lost your Incineroar early on in the match that you kind of needed for the Calyrex. You kind of need it for the Zama as well. You just the upward battle the entire time. So I'm excited to see sort of where we go with the changes and adaptations.
I feel like potentially Raging Bolt could be like an adaptation. Like I know Amoonguss is very bulky anyways, but like with the life orb, like Draco Meteor off of Raging Bolt is nothing to laugh at. Like
It's not.
I've seen multiple Raging Bolts completely one-shot Pokemon.
It's like
Like,
127 base special attack, right? Something.
It's
around there.
absolutely nuts. And even then, if you like, Life Orb acts as like a mini photosynthesis boost, anyways. So that Draco Meteor from the stab as well could be enough to one-shot an Amoonguss potentially. That's like the main thing. And even then, if it terrors, you've always got good old Thunderclap or Bolt, I guess, because it's gonna be clipping Rage Pounder likely.
Yeah, so we'll jump into game 2. I
Yeah.
think let's see what these adaptations are going to be and how they're going to change it.
Let's see how things go.
Okay, so I did quite like the lead from Josh game 1, and I really like this lead as well. You get Intimidate down. This Rillaboom's gonna be doing less. Again, so yes, you're kind of forced to terror the Calyrex, but you can just click Protect Knockoff if you wanted to. You could Will-O-Wisp the Rillaboom. You could click Fake Out Trick Room. You could Fake Out. If you know, for example, that Josh's Incineroar is faster. If it's like a 1-2-5 Incineroar, you could just Fake Out the Rillaboom, click Terra Fairy, and kind of go for that game. I'm not too sure you would, because obviously game 1 the Amoonguss just clicked Spore, and you assume that the same 4 Pokemon are in there. But we can see Josh toying with the idea of a Terra Fairy.
I feel like if you want to be a bit risky, there's always the play of Will-O-Wisping the Calyrex, expecting like we saw in game 1, it switched out into the Zamazenta, so we could see a potential riskier play from this Incineroar here. We are going to see that Terra come out straight away from Josh onto that Calyrex Ice Throne, turning it into Fairy type with the Love Heart on its head.
We do. Josh is extending out here, right? You're a game down. You do see that Fake Out, so I believe this was a Lance as well, right?
I believe so, and that Nasty Plot really very... I don't know what to say. Like, it was very respectable play.
It's a very aggressive read coming from John, okay? John's gone, I think you're going to click Protect, because that's a very obvious play. And Josh has gone, you know what? I know you think I'm going to click Protect, so I'm going to not click Protect, and I'm going to click Lance. Because, and which is, when you're a game down, sometimes they're the plays you need to make. But this Zamazenta comes in now. This Incineroar is very scared.
And there's no, like, even if Terra was available for Incineroar, there's no getting out of a move that will just do an absolute shed load of damage, because there's always, we've now got a potentially +2 Astral Barrage coming out.
Well,
potentially, or Psychic. We've got potential for a big move coming out from that Calyrex Shadow Rider. And then Zamazenta's here as well now to stay for a little bit, so there's always like Polypress.
I do feel like in sort of this position, right, you can just click Knockoff, or you could just click Will-O-Wisp into Zama, and you can just click High Horsepower into the Cali, and that's what I would do, because it doesn't matter if you lose one, or even both, because you've got Scarf Kyogre that can click Hydro Pump. I mean, you've got to rely on the Hydro Pump, but if you live like this, you're going to get something out of, like, your Pokemon, right? So now, you're not playing the game of, are they going to click Wide Guard? If you can hit this High Horsepower, you're just going to get rid of the Pokemon.
And we do see exactly that. The High Horsepower comes out, knocking out the Calyrex. +2 Ice Strider now. Incineroar did go down as well, but the Calyrex honestly, I'm a bit impressed that the Calyrex managed to live that +2 Astral Barrage. Though, then again, it could be built.
I'm gonna say we are gonna see the Rillaboom come in. I think it's because we want to see what's going to be in the back, and we do see that Dreaded Amoonguss.
Yeah.
Just gonna quickly check. The Amoonguss does not have Protect.
It does not.
It
Yes,
does not. It does not have Protect. So this is a very nice, like, say, play from Josh, where you can just click Fake Out into the Zama. You can just click Lance if you wanted to. There's no reason to. I don't feel like there's a reason to do anything else. You can probably feel like they're going to Terror. So you could click Woodhammer, but that's risky if they don't. Like, I think
even if it was Terror, this is still a +2 Calyrex Ice Rider we're talking about.
And not only that, you're forcing the Terror.
Yeah. Like, whether it kills or not doesn't really matter. It's still +2, so it's going to be doing a shed load of damage here. Like,
Yeah,
whether that's all the high horsepower, honestly.
Yeah, so the Lance is going to do like a lot of damage. It's just Terror to Terror Water. Because you faked out the Zama, unless they've clicked 4 here, like, you can just Woodhammer or Glide or anything into this Amoonguss. Not wanting to opt for the Glacial Lance, so we're just going to click High Horsepower instead, which is fine. Kyogre now can just come in and just, like, Hydro Pump and hope you hit, I guess.
Or you could always gamble for a turn that they don't click Wide Guard with like Origin Pulse or something. Because if Rillaboom's most likely going to go for that Grassy Glide to knock out the Amoonguss. So if there is a Wide Guard, obviously this turn it may not be handy for Josh, but then again there's no damage going into Kyogre. It's one of those like risky plays but has a good payback no matter what, because of the fact that as Wide Guard's one of those strange moves where if you do knock something out and the Zamazenta would be the last one left here, for that until the end of that turn, the damage from like Origin Pulse, Water Spout won't connect. But then you've got to think about next turn as well, where there's always potential.
So we do see the Wide Guard come out. We're just gonna hope that this the Grassy Glide does take the KO into the opposing Terror Water Amoonguss. So like you just said, like, you can just click Water Spout every single turn now.
Yeah.
And just slowly click High Horsepower or Woodhammer. Well, it's Woodhammer on this Rillaboom.
I do see that Josh is in chat. Hello, welcome, and yeah, this is good. I've just seen him send a message in chat. Just wanted to pop that in there. But the one thing that I don't know if John knows is that if you are on your own, Wide Guard doesn't act like a protect. So, oh, tell a lie. That's me spouting misinformation. Whoops. Now I feel a bit silly for saying that.
Sorry about that. It's okay. We're gonna click Wide Guard every single turn until Water Spout PP goes away.
Please don't tell me this is gonna be a struggle game. We don't want to. We don't want a repeat of that. I mean, it's not gonna be a repeat of Metronome. What am I saying?
Just saying. Oh boy, chat might have been a completely different message.
Might have been, yeah. Oh no, I've just seen it.
I feel like this is 8 Wide Guards, and it's going to be a struggle and a Woodhammer game.
Right. This is.
I think this is probably why you should have maybe clicked Hydro Pump and just hit it.
I feel like I was led with some misinformations with how Wide Guard worked. And before anyone says anything, I do want to apologize for that. I didn't realize that it still worked if you were the only target.
So while all this is happening, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to like? What do you want to talk about? There's not.
I feel. I don't even know, mate. Sorry. Oh yeah, good idea. So like, what if Josh does pull it off? What could be changed up for Game 3 potentially? Like, We've got some time to kill.
I think, but okay. So the way I would look at this game, if I was making adjustments, is I played very, very well this game too.
Yeah.
However, as well, my opponent got very, very greedy. So you know they're probably going to lead the Rilla and the Kali because that's what they've done, and it is just a good lead. You could go back into your Incin and Kali and click Trick Room, but then again, like before we said, like you could click Protect and Knock Off. Like there's a few plays you can make. I would, if it was me, I think I would just take the gamble and go with a very similar strategy, purely because you've just played really, really well. You've controlled the game, and other than not locking yourself into Waterfall rather than Hydro Pump, you would have had the game locked, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So that's sort of what I would do. I think I would go for a very, very, very similar game plan as this game 2, because I think this game 2 was played super well by Josh.
Yeah. Now, like, if I was John in this situation, I'd be like, I feel like everything was right, especially, like, up to that end. Maybe, like, I don't really know, like, I'm still just a big Raging Bolt believer anyways, but, like, the fact that it was the, my brain's turned off, the, booster energy, there we go. I couldn't remember what it was called for a second, I was blanking. Booster energy, thunder, electric terror. Thunderbolts could be pretty helpful, especially with that Kyogre.
Do you know what I'd
Thunderclap as well.
Sorry to interrupt. Do you know what I'd love to see here? I'd love to see the Kyogre get the winning move for Struggle.
Oh, it might actually be that.
Yes! Let's go!
Go! If only. So what? That's this. Do you know what? This stream has been one for the books, no matter what. So we've had 2 games lost because of Explosion, and now a game 1 from Struggle. I feel like this game is just.
So
So
basically, we're going straight to game 3. We do see an adaptation from John. It's going to lead that Zama and the Kali this time. That puts a lot of pressure on this Incin Ice Rider lead. So as we were saying, I was saying about Josh going with the same leads, but in fact John changed leads, and this is a very good lead for John. You're throwing a lot of damage very, very quickly, and there's not really much you can do back. Okay, because you can't Terra the Incineroar because you'll take a lot from like if you Terra one, the other one's going to take a lot of damage here. So you kind of, I feel like this is just a nice little swap into maybe your own. I'm not really sure. It's a very, very rough position. You could potentially go for this Terra Bug and just hope they don't click Protect, because they could just click double Protect to see what you do, especially on a fake out turn, right?
Yeah, I feel like that is definitely a play that we can see from John here. Especially because, like, not only is there the potential for fake out, but, like, there's always, like, knockoff to target into Calyrex, the Will-O-Wisp to deal with Zamazenta's physical attack. And, well, even, like, Parting Shot to then lower either Ron's attack. Well, mostly going to be Calyrex, let's be real. We do see that Terra Bug off of the Incineroar here, meaning that it is no longer resistant to the Astral Barrage, but it will resist potentially Body Press from the Zamazenta. Now, do you see the Astral Barrage though? So Incineroar, like just then, Incineroar is now a bug, so it is going to take that neutral damage, and it is going to take.
It's going to take.
Wow.
However, it will live. It will live the body press, and the knockoff will come out. This is a really, really good turn for Josh. Josh has got that spot on, especially with John really going aggressive that turn 1 and not really scouting what options maybe Josh could have. You could very easily double protect, because you know that Josh really like Josh will not be able to click that Trick Room after that game 1, right?
Yeah. Sure.
So John does send out this Rillaboom. This really, the position is really, really good for Josh. Like, having a Terra Bug in Sin, as well as a Calyrex Shadow. like you could click Will-O-Wisp into this Rilla, and you could just click Lance if you wanted to.
I don't think he can physically click Lance because of the potential wide guards. But then again, if we're going to see Fake Out come out from Rillaboom, there's probably no reason to see a wide guard from Zama.
You could also just swap out the Incineroar if you wanted.
Yeah.
But I feel like just double attacking, knowing that you've got that Scarf Ogre in the back, but you really need to stop this Rillaboom. The Rillaboom is a very, very scary mon at this moment in time. So you need to get some damage off. That's why I'm saying about the Lance, because other than clicking Wide Guard about 8 times last game, we've not really seen Wide Guard come out that much. And we do see the double up onto the Calyrex. Calyrex does survive the double up.
It isn't going to be enough to deal with good old Calyrex Ice Rider. It's going to be hanging on that 24
We do see a
HP.
Will-O-Wisp into that Zamazenta,
Yes!
halving that damage.
Yes! So much, just like.
And like I said, what I was saying
Josh.
was, other than the 8 turns of clicking Wide Guard, I've not seen John click Wide Guard that much.
Like, Josh is honestly, like we said at the start, like Josh had a really rough lead into what John led, the Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, but has now managed to come up 2-0 in Mons at the moment. But obviously those 2 Mons that are still out from the start of the game being at, like, basically going to die pretty fast. Or get knocked out pretty fast, shall I say. But we do see that Bolt instead of the Among Us as the last. Now, I am just a firm believer that Raging Bolt is such a great mon. Like,
personally from here, I think I'd just click, like, maybe Parting Shot, and then I click Protect. Try and get that Fake Out, knowing that you get a turn of leftovers, you can gladly just click Fake Out and Lance the very next turn.
and it nullifies potential Thunderclap shenanigans from the Raging Bolt.
You are, even though if you do that, you know, you've got to play, like, you've got to play Wide Guard games again, but you don't want to take too much damage from a Horsepower.
Yeah. Oh, we are just I completely forgot Raging Bolt outspeeds everything. So we are just going to see that Thunderbolt knock out the Incineroar.
Yeah, but that's fine, though, because you're going to get a free swap in anyway, so you gain the position. The position is still, like, what you need it to be.
Yeah. But we do see that John still has his Terra for potential turns later. And, well, I mean, the Calyrex is definitely low enough for Thunderclap to do enough. And the fish is that water Terror as we see on the screen. So it's still gonna...
I mean, I know we're saying about the fish, but something you could do is still bring in the fish and try and hit the Hydro Pump, like a Terra War Hydro Pump into the Zamazenta and just clicking Glacial Lance.
Wait, hang on, Terra, we can't Terra. We've already Terra'd the Incineroar. I just blocked that.
But still though, you can still click this Hydro Pump, because you're still putting a lot of pressure on with Hydro Pump into the Zamazenta.
There is the downside though, because Raging Bolt, as we said earlier, Raging Bolt is like a 127, I think it was, special attack stat with the potential Thunderclap as well. So it's like it's trying to figure out what's the best call, especially as we saw earlier with the whole wide guard shenanigans.
That's what I'm saying about clicking Hydro Pump, right? You can't click Thunderclap twice.
You can.
And this Zama is still damaged, so you could click Hydro Pump and High Horsepower if you wanted. There's a lot of different plays you could do. I think personally, I would have just swang with both, because you've still got the attack, like you've raised your attack stat on the Calyrex Ice as well, getting that KO. And that still puts on pressure. We do see the
Terra Electric, Raging Bolt, yeah.
This is going to be a big Thunderclap.
Oh, for sure. Is it going to be in there? Oh, it's going to be into the fish.
But the fish does live. The fish be fishing. The fish be fishing, and he doesn't get the KO on the Raging Bolt. However, like, this is just a nice, you can swap out the Kyogre, you can click Glide into the Bolt.
I'm going to apologise to all the Kyogre fans out there. I did not think that fish was living here.
The fish is beefy. It's a beefy fish.
I was wholeheartedly expecting the Thunderclap to one-shot the fish.
I'm telling you.
I am seeing the chat just kind of pop off. I like, wow.
Yeah.
I have no words.
The only problem you've got is if you don't call as protect and you do lose your fish, it could get a bit dicey.
Oh, for sure, yeah. The thing is, I know Rillaboom is resisting that potential Thunderclap, Thunderbolt, either one really, even though it is electric. Oh, we're just going to see the double protective from both the Zamazenta and the Raging Bolt. So meaning that this fake out's going to do is just going to be null and voided. And what was Hydro Pump? Yeah, it's choice into Hydro Pump, so that Hydro Pump is going to be null and void as well.
So probably what you're going to see here then is the Kyogre swapping out into the other Mon that you've got left, the Kali.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to glide this Raging Bolt and just pray and hope that you can just do enough.
Yeah.
Because then you get yourself in a position where you can just click Hydro Pump into the Zamazenta and just whittle it down. Not only that, the Zama is burst. We're not going to have a repeat of last game where it looked a bit close. If you can get the Zama one-on-one with any of your Pokemon, barring that Kyogre, you're probably going to win the game. So I really do agree with this play from Josh.
And even then, like, if John was to Thunderclap again into that Calyrex, because of how Thunderclap works, where it's like an electric-type Sucker Punch, it's going to be doing completely nothing into that. Exactly. Thunderclap not doing anything as it was targeted into that Calyrex, but it's going to live that Body Press even. Woodhammer going to finish off Raging Bolt. It is 3 versus 1 here. Zamazenta versus the Calyrex Ice, the Rillaboom, and the Kyogre that is still in the back.
I'm really impressed with Josh's play in this entire set. From like game 1, just being slowly squeezed, spored, slow played, like nothing he was going for was working, right? And then to get into a position like this where, I mean, you're clicking whatever you want now. Like, the game feels very, very free for Josh. You know, you've made the adaptation going, you know what, I know that Trick Room is not going to work for me, so I need to beat you outside of Trick Room. Getting turn 1, turn 2, like, right at the start of this game really, really helped. Don't get me wrong, but it's been very, very well played by Josh.
I definitely think these first 2 turns in this game were very... I think, no, not the first 2 games. That first turn really put John into a back pedal for the entire rest of this game. And yes, like, I think what's, like, that Terrorbug Incineroar, like, it seemed, in my own opinion, it seemed kind of silly to begin with because of the fact that you're opening yourself up to potential neutral attack Astral Barrages. But in the long run, it has just really helped out because it let you just instantly knock out the Calyrex, because Body Press just didn't do enough to knock out in the first place from the Zamazenta.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Terrorbug Incineroar, personally. It's won me some very, very tense sets and lived things it should never live. So I'm a big believer in Terrorbug Incineroar.
Definitely see the potential now after the start of this game. I can definitely see myself potentially coming to it when when the cups and challenges come back in September in the Regulation H format, or even just like online tournaments like Limitless and stuff. Like, it's definitely something I would be considering personally.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Incineroar is a very, very good Pokemon. I think we all know that, though.
Oh, for sure. That's why it's like 70% usage at the moment.
So what we're going to see is we're going to see a fake out from this Rillaboom into the Kali. We've just seen some movement. There's a lot of, like, healing going off.
Yeah.
A lot of burn going off. I think we're just going to see Josh swinging with both of his Pokemon, really. Until eventually you just win the game, because there's no point doing anything else. We do see that Rillaboom do about 40%. We do see U-turn. This U-turn's going to go into Kyogre, and then Kyogre's going to put on a lot of pressure.
Please click Hydro Pump. Don't. I don't think any of us have the heart to go through the same the same wide guard shenanigans as we had at the end of game 2. Even though I think it'd be great for content, I don't think it'd be.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the chat might be a little bit bored of very stally end games.
Oh yeah, as you're well aware.
I wouldn't
from
know
your
that.
game earlier.
I wouldn't know anything about that personally. I put on the show that everyone didn't know they wanted to have. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like this game's. Oh, I see. Kieran, get your words up, man. Like, I feel like this game's pretty much wrapped up. Like, there's always.
I mean, you could
There's
just
always
miss all the hydro forms.
Oh, but we are looking into Origin, and that's game. Origin Pulse takes it for Josh, a 2-1 for
A
Josh.
comeback
And-
win by Josh.
And that is a game, that's the set. The game's.
That was a good set. I love
Yeah.
watching Kyogre play. It's so fun.
I like I was, as I said during the game, like that game 3, that turn 1 really set the kind of like the momentum for that whole game. And the momentum didn't come down.
Yeah. I feel like we can just jump in, right? Just go into
I
our
reckon
next.
so.
Oh, let's do it.
Let's do this. Now we got Captain Oro, Simon, been called luckiest player in VGC by Dil Young. Oh, I'm gonna mispronounce his name.
By
I'm so sorry,
Dill,
Dil.
by
Dil,
Santabner. For various times, I have committed against them in set. Simon is a very, very good player, by the way. Not too sure if chat's aware, but multiple day 2, very, very strong player. I think he plays a lot down like south and stuff.
I know he plays a lot of Little Cup because I've seen his name pop up various times in a different circuit for Little Cup, like VG Little Cup stuff.
Simon's opted for another Kali Shadow, a bit of Koraidon, a bit of Weezing, a bit of some of that Chi-Yu, with the Walking Wake and the Brute Bonnet. Very, very standard Weezing Shadow Koraidon team.
I feel like this is the exact same 6 that went and won the Melbourne Regionals just recently, if I remember rightly.
I think it's more famous for doing well in Hong Kong. The Hong
Oh,
Kong.
yeah, I think, yeah, because it was Melbourne that it did well in, and then it was like kind of re-changed a little bit.
What we're trying to say is it's a very, very good team. Okay.
Yeah, that's the main point.
And now we're going to move on to the next team.
That is...
So, Eden, they, alongside Pokemon, they also play in other tournaments, Overwatch, Crash Team Racing, Rainbow Six Siege. They have opted for as Choice Scarf and Miraidon with a Calm Mind Leftovers Lunala. Urshifu Incineroar, loving that Assault Vest on the Incineroar. Whimsicott with Fake Tears Encore Moonblast. And the Iron Treads in the back. I really, really like the idea with Fake Tears and Choice Scarf, because a lot of mirrors with Miraidon kind of suck, right? Because if you if you are both specs, like you're a speed tying, because most of them run about 186 speed, and if you run Choice Scarf, you don't do any damage. So either you win the speed tie and do no damage, or you potentially just lose, but you can do lots of damage if you win the speed tie. However, here, you get best of both worlds. You get to go first, and you get to fake tears, so you'll always be doing a lot of damage. So I really, really like that. That's really cool to see.
Eden is one of my team members as well on the Lavender City Tumbleweed, so I'm hoping, fingers crossed for a win for us, but this team, I did see as she was like kind of theory crafting on the team, like I believe, like I personally love Iron Treads as a mon. Like we saw Dill use it at EUIC, placing it to second place. I feel like it's had various other results recently, but that's the main one that I'm almost certain that's the main one that comes to my head at least. But having that access to remove terrain as well in Steel Roller, because a lot of Miraidons are running that Fairy Terror as well. So and even like Lunala's with the Fairy Terror, like Treads itself could be quite.
Steel Waller just does a lot of damage, and you can get a lot of KOs that are unexpected by clicking it. So I really, really like. This is just a good standard team. I'm a big fan of Miraidon Lunala. I think I really like using them myself. So I want to jump in the game if we're ready.
Yeah, let's do this. And we got another cart game.
We are loving the cart games today, guys.
Oh, Pokemon! Sorry. I am a big fan of that Pokemon. We are going to see the Incin Lunala from Eden and Koraidon Weezing from Simon.
So what's really cool about leading sort of Koraidon Weezing is you turn off Intimidate, and you also turn off that Shadow Shield.
And because of the ability amulet, it's ability shield, sorry, you still keep that Orichalcum Pulse.
You still keep your Sun, yeah. So, like, a Flare Blitz from this Koraidon into that Lunala will do a lot of damage.
Oh, for sure. We are also seeing that Poison Gas being eyed up, another big reason why Weezing's been seeing a lot of use, especially in the most recent set of formats. That just poison tick damage to... I thought that was my Wi-Fi for a second, I'm not going to lie.
Okay, so you may have to deal with this for a second, okay? Oh, we've been cut to us. You get to see our beautiful faces. So
I'm going to be honest, my Wi-Fi completely cut out there.
The video has frozen, and we have our very advanced tech team, Rich, sorting it out right now. So, back to the game. So we have Koraidon, and we have Weezing, we have Lunala, and we have Incineroar. We do see the Koraidon just Terrifire straight away, going for a lot of damage very, very quickly.
Now, could it be a Flare Blitz or a Flame Charge? Is it the set? Yeah, Flare Blitz. It could be Flame Charge, trying to get that speed advantage. We are just going to see that Terra Water from Eden's side. Now, oh, Jesus, Bart, come out. Terra Water is another really decent Terra as well, and the Protect. Like, Bug and Water are like the big two from Incin, if I remember rightly. We are just going to see a Flame Charge. Looks like it's going into the Incineroar as well. Get that speed advantage. Yeah.
Yeah, so we do see the Lunala protecting, okay? Which I think is quite big because you don't want it to, well, you don't want to take a massive Flare Blitz to the face without that Shadow Shield. The Incineroar is going to click U-turn, because not only that, you don't also want the Incineroar to take a collision course as well. So you do see that the Miraidon comes out. However, it does not have that the electric terrain. Can't set it up now. So it's a bit stuck. When I was saying earlier about Miraidon's not doing much damage, this is a choice Scarf Miraidon without any terrain and no way of like fake tears or anything like that. So
Weezing's one of those Pokemon that some teams love to use it, like this team with the whole idea of just getting that Orichalcum Pulse out, the Sun out, and just going ham. But then there's so many other teams that really struggle against it. There's just... Weezing's just brutal. I don't know what to say.
Weezing's one of them Pokemon where if you've got no experience playing against it, it can be a really, really rough day for you. But if you've got sort of an idea and you've done your practice, you've done your prep, you know, it is very, very doable, okay? And Eden is a very, very strong player, as we all know, and they will have done their research, they will have done their prep to best be able to, you know, play against this Weezing, especially because this is a very, very popular team. So we do see the collision course come out into the Miraidon. Miraidon is going to click Electro if...
He's going to do a decent chunk to
about
Koraidon.
50%.
I mean, we've gotta realize there's no electric terrain, there's no choice specs, so
But
it's reasonable damage for.
what isn't reasonable though is not quite getting the knockout on that Koraidon with a double up. That means that one of these two Pokemon, this Lunala or this Miraidon, is going to take another hit, and you could be really, really cheeky here, and maybe go for like a protect and just swing with this Weezing if you really, really wanted to.
Oh yeah, it's got the play rough attack, so it could potentially. I reckon Miraidon like 2 more turns and it's knocked out from poison.
Mm-hmm. But also, I guess you also don't want to, like, the more you just leave the game just ticking away, like, the stronger position you're in. But if you, say, bring in the Incineroar, you get Fake Out, this could get really, really dicey really, really quickly.
But if I remember rightly, the Weezing's got Covert Cloak anyways, and Incineroar has been burnt, so if it was to come out, it'd be taking that poison tick damage, so this is looking very...
Simon is just
gassy, I'd
slowly...
say.
Simon is just absolutely playing this game very, very slowly, not letting Eden find any sort of opening at the moment.
Yeah, this is very...
Just saying, if you want to win this game, you're going to win this game in 20 turns. You know, it is one of them games. Very, very slow, very, very methodical gaming. And I'm here for it. I love these types of games where you just slow the pace down. And you know, you make your opponent work harder than you do. I think it's a very, very fun way to play the game, rather than playing 5-6 turns and being done.
Yeah, but we haven't seen the 4 from Eden, so I'm not sure if we're going to see that. We haven't seen the switch out to it, potentially, but like we're going to see that Miraidon getting knocked out by the Flame Charge. Koraidon is slowly becoming a speedy devil.
Yeah, I do suspect, though, this Lunala is just going to trade with the Koraidon.
Oh, no, it's
Oh,
going...
not. It's going
Guys,
to go for
it's
the Weezing.
We are going to see...
Weezing clicks Taunt, so this Lunala now can't even click Calm Mind and try and get itself set up.
Yeah.
But it's not been able to do much because, obviously, due to the stopping abilities of Weezing.
Yeah, the neutralizing gas is causing a lot of problems.
The Pokemon are coughing and they don't know where their abilities have gone, you know?
I thought they were wheezing. Yep, good silence. Thank you, stream. Have a good night. I'm joking. Come on, we've got to get a pun in somewhere. It wouldn't be UKIT without a few puns here and there. But we do see that Incineroar come straight back into play.
Yeah, so Incineroar comes back in. You've got Fake Out pressure. You have just protected, I believe, on the Koraidon. Oh no, the Koraidon went. So you can just double protect here if you want.
So we are going to see that protect from Koraidon.
And I imagine we're going to see another protect from the Weezing. Yeah, like this is just slow playing, not risking any sort of any crits, getting as much damage out per turn, not risking them not clicking Fake Out. You know, you're just sort of seeing, like, if you protect one and attack with the other, and they predict it or call it, then you could be in a rough position. So Simon's gone, you know what? I know I'm in front. I don't need to do anything. I'm going to click double protect.
Yeah, it's a real safe play, and I think Simon knows that even if he does go for the double protect, he's still getting that damage off on Eden's side. So it's just a bit. It's
one.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'm just gonna be honest.
One hallmark of a really good Weezing player is obviously knowing how to use the Weezing, but it's also knowing when to, you know, put it from the front to the back, right? Yeah. Simon's gone, I do not need this Weezing anymore. I'm by far the fastest Pokemon on this field. I know I can take a KO. I'll knock myself out, but I'm going to get my, in this case, Walking Wake out,
Yeah.
So whatever does come out on Eden's side, I mean, that's not a lot of damage.
No, but he has taken that -1 from Intimidate because of the fact that he swapped out the Wheezing. So it kind of makes sense. But yeah, we're gonna see Walker Wake's out, so we're gonna see the Moongeist. Does about quarter, third-ish, and then the knockoff as well. Oh, the knockoff almost caught knocking out the Walking Wake. Yeah. We're gonna see Poison kick off again.
Yeah, like I said, this is just going to be a very, very, very slow game. We do see the Calyrex Shadow coming in. Hopefully that can speed things up.
Yeah, I don't believe this Lunala has the wide guard attack support move, whatever you want to call it. So both Pokemon are threatened by the Astral Barrage that Calyrex Shadow Riders are most known for, really. We are going to see that swap out of Lunala from Eden into a Whimsicott. So the Whimsicott was the fourth. Huh.
So the Whimsicott being the fourth might be able to do something. You've got the Encore, you've got the Tailwind, and you've got the Fate Tears as well. It does live. You know, you have just got rid of your own Incineroar, but you get that Lunala back in. You'd need a lot of turns to go right, I believe.
Eden's still in here, though, because of the fact that if it really comes down to the speed interactions between Shadow Rider and Lunala, because I do believe that if you... Oh, wait, Weezing's in the back. I forgot about that.
Yeah, you can just turn off. It's
Prankster.
It's Prankster. And also, even if you didn't...
It was in the back.
Even if you didn't want to do that, you could have just stayed in and attacked both.
Yeah.
Because the Lunala doesn't have any spread moves, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But we do see the Calyrex Shadow clicking Astral Barrage, taking 2 KOs, and taking game 1.
Yeah, I Weezing.
Weezing is a Pokemon.
I feel like there's a lot of times that, especially today, where there's just moments where I've just been completely lost for words and just don't know what to say. Weezing's, like, I hope Eden notices that Weezing is just a big thorn in their side that just needs a proper check for. This is, honestly, I feel like...
What do you think some changes that maybe we
That's
could
what
see?
I just forgot how to say words for a second. But I feel like Iron Thorns could be a decent, maybe as a lead to try threatening that.
What? Iron Treads?
Yeah, Iron Treads. Because of the fact that it's got like high horsepower, it's got the Iron Head. Did I say Iron Thorns?
You did say Iron Thorns. It's okay.
Whoops, Iron Treads.
It's okay though. So the issue with going Iron Treads is the fact that if they lead Weezing and Crydon again, it's Terra Bug. You can just Flare Blitz it. It's not got any speed.
Yeah.
Something you could do though is go to the Whimsicott, and you could go Tailwind. You could go Tailwind. You can go Fate Tears. You can go Moonblast. You can go Encore. So maybe that's an adjustment that Eden maybe wants to make. Is going and saying, I'm going to commit my Terror turn 1, but you're not going to KO this Whimsicott, and I'm going to get speed advantage, and it does not matter what you do.
That's definitely a play Eden can make. Like, I didn't even think about that until you mentioned.
Like, you could go maybe, if you really, really wanted to, you could go like maybe Incineroar, Whimsicott, and then you got Fake Out, Tailwind. If they click Protect, you can Encore it, stuff like that, to try and just slow down the game and get yourself in a position where when you want to go fast, you can go fast. But let's see.
We'll have to see. Let's go straight back into the game. It's game number 2. So we are just going to see the same lead from Eden, that Miraidon Lunala, and the exact same lead from Simon.
Yeah,
So,
so maybe last game when Eden was doing all them swaps, maybe they figured out something in that game 1 to maybe try and apply game 2, or maybe they're like, you know what, I know that you're going to play very, very aggressive. We do know that Simon likes to play very safe though. As you can see, you know, opting for that maybe that protect. You could also see maybe that like turn 1, game 1, Simon also didn't click protect and went to swing. You know,
yeah.
maybe Eden goes, I'm going to call you here. I'm going to double attack that Koraidon and get rid of it.
We
And
do
you're
know.
not, and you're gonna play a whole game with 1 restricted.
Yeah. Miraidon's got the speed advantage because of that choice scarf, so it could definitely go for that like electro drift. Maybe
So-
something like we saw at the early part of game 1.
So we do see the Weezing protect itself. We do see the drift going into the Weezing, but hitting into that protect. What do we see that Lunala doing?
We are going to see the flame charge first, going into what I believe. Oh, it's in some Miraidon. So getting at least a bit of chunking off a tiny bit for Miraidon. And now the Moongeist
Ooh.
also going into.
So
the
Eden really committing to going, I know you clicked an attack, and I think you're going to click protect this time. And Simon going, no, I'm going to do pretty much the exact same turn 1.
Yeah.
That flame charge probably, I don't know if it puts it on level with that Miraidon.
Depends on how their speeds line up.
Depends on how each trainers train their Pokemon.
Yeah. I think this is similar to like the Taiwan. Was it Taiwan? The Melbourne, like the team that we've seen before. Like if I remember rightly, it was Adamant on the Koraidon, but we are going to see it does outspeed. So maybe this one is a timid one potentially, or maybe it's a modest Miraidon or something. I'm not sure. But we are going to see the electric
A lot of damage. And know that because
that's assault vest.
yes, because of the Weezing swapping out, the engine is up. We do have electric train. It is no longer hitting like, you know, it's now a bike. Before it was like
It's no longer tickling.
it was like a tricycle beforehand. You know, like if it hit you, you go, oh, that was something. But now it's a big bike. It's gonna start hitting.
Oh, for sure. Now we're seeing it fueled by I don't remember which company did the Miraidon bike. I know it's Honda for the Crichton bike. This is like the real thing that I don't.
There's like a Toyota bike. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Now we're seeing it's fueled by
it's like
Toyota. There we go. There's the joke.
Yeah, Toyota or Honda, both Japanese companies, both.
Honda, I know Honda did the Koraidon one. That was supposed to be a joke. And
Anyways, let's have a look. So we do see
Collision course coming out into the Whimsicott.
and doing absolutely no damage on that side, and that Lunala flicking Moongeist again into that Weezing, doing over half, maybe 60% poison gas hitting into both the Lunala and the Whimsicott. And at this point,
it missed the Whimsicott though, so it's just Lunala getting the poison. Now breaking, it's already broken Shadow Shield because of the Weezing, but officially breaking it now. And yeah, I don't believe Eden's used up their Terra, sorry. So there's always that potential for a Terra Water Whimsicott to then resist the Flare Blitz or Flame Charge, like you were saying, between the games. Or a switch up, that also works.
we're just seeing Eden just swapping in and out to try and just stall out maybe the sun, maybe just predicting basically every other turn on whether this flame charge or collision course is coming out, and he's getting it right pretty much every single time. Simon's not making the read that Eden's swapping a lot. Maybe they might not swap. Simon's playing very, very safe. Maybe Simon thinks, you know what, I think I'm in a good position to win this game, and I don't need to make any of these calls. I'm gonna let you try and play a much riskier game than me, and I can just sort of sit here and just click the buttons that KO other Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we do see, what is it? I believe not much has been knocked out from Eden's side, if I remember rightly. But we are going to see Flare Blitz come out from Koraidon. Is it going to be enough? What am I talking about? It's in Sun. Of course it's going to be enough. Knocks out the Miraidon. What is Lunala going to go for? Because there is a strong chance that the abilities could be back online.
Well, that will only really affect the Incineroar coming in to drop that Koraidon down just by by 1, but it will slow it down.
Yeah, so we are. But the sun has now gone, so that means any potential Paradox Pokemon from Simon's side aren't going to have that photosynthesis boost.
No, they're not. No.
To be fair, the only other one would have been on it, and we know it's Shadow Rider is the last.
Yeah. So now after all that work, slowly whittling this Weezing down, whittling away the Walking Wake, we're now in a position where you're staring down 2 very fast restricteds.
Yeah. This Koraidon might actually outspeed some of Eden's Pokemon, even in potential Tailwind from Whimsicott if it's still around, I don't remember. So we are going to see Incineroar come out.
Potentially, you could just see maybe a Collision Course Astral Barrage. Like, there's not really much, that can be done to stop this combo. It's just going to deal a lot of damage, and you can't, Eden can't protect both.
But there's, Fake Out's potential on Koraidon. I believe Eden's still got Terror as well. Yeah, Eden's still got Terror as well, so it could be used.
It'll be on the Lunala. I imagine this plays maybe Fake Out to the Koraidon, you Terror the Lunala, and you click Moongeist into that Shadow Rider to try and get the one-hit KO. And it's very, very, very hard for Simon to probably win the game from there, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, sure, yeah. We are going to see the Astral Barrage come out. Now being neutral onto Lunala, still going to hang on. And Moongeist is going to come out. There is no Focus Sash on this Calyrex, so it is just going to be obliterated.
Yeah, the Calyrex just goes down. The Horsey's gone.
And now it's the Koraidon versus, I believe, 3?
Yeah, it's not looking good for the Koraidon. But the Lunala is poisoned.
Yeah, there is always that. I believe Whimsicott's still around as well, if I remember rightly. Yes, I see 3 dots in the top right. So yeah, I know Whimsicott's not going to be doing much damage itself, but there's...
So, this is the thing, because Eden's been playing this game, swapping in and out, Simon's got a call whether this Incineroar stays. I feel like here you can just ignore the Lunala a little bit because it is poison chipped. And if you can get this to a 2v1, you can just stall with enough protects to make it into a 1v1 and go from there. But this Incineroar, I would like to make the call that the Incineroar is going to swap because you can reset Fake Out and Intimidate.
I feel like it may stay in and... Oh, it doesn't have a Parting Shot. Never mind. I was going to say, I feel like it's going to stay in to go for Parting Shot. I've just read the team sheet. It's the AV variant. So we are going to see Flare Blitz into the Whimsicott.
Yeah, so the Whimsicott swapped out. I imagine this is a knockoff coming out from this Incineroar there.
I'd assume so, yeah.
You can also see a U-turn. Yeah.
So that will get Intimidate back off and Fake Out and then...
yeah. And a potential Calm Mind from the Lunala as well.
Yeah.
So there's going to just be Fake Out, Calm Mind, and there's nothing Simon can do to stop Fake Out, Calm Mind.
Yeah. This is where the team struggles a bit more because it's using that ability shield Koraidon to allow it to use its ability when Weezing is out. Now it's going to be a bit more... it's going to take that attack drop from Intimidate because it's not your classic Clear Amulet set from Koraidon. So, as you say, it's going to be Protect because it's most likely going to be a Fake Out Calm Mind from Eden.
Yeah, so we do see the fake out from the Incineroar. We
Yeah,
do see the combine from the Lunala. It's just a good grounds play. You're not
Yeah.
overcommitting. You're not doing anything like that. I think from here, what I'd like to see from Simon is probably a collision course into the Incineroar. And you just gotta hope for a crit.
I feel like even then, like you can just go flame charge into Lunala, get rid of it, and then just start tackling down the instant. Because like knockoff's not going to be doing much damage, U-turn's not going to be doing much, and Flare Blitz isn't going to be doing much.
If you're gonna click Flame Charge, you should be clicking Flare Blitz probably. You don't want to risk, especially at -2, the Flame Charge not doing enough damage into the Lunala and
Yes,
living.
-2. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
So I think I'd be tempted. Just...
We have just seen flame charge locked in as well.
Yeah, exactly that.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Like, if you click Flare Blitz, you guarantee that KO, you might have been able to sort of 1v1 this Incineroar.
Like, even
But
collision
not-
course would have been enough, potentially. Like, yes, it resists,
Yeah.
but it's more base power, so it could have been enough, barely. But
Yeah.
we are gonna go into a game 3, though.
Oh, this game's a lot, man.
Oh,
I'm-
yeah.
I'm exhausted. Been some long games today.
Yeah.
Go on.
Adaptions for game 3. I feel like, honestly, Simon's just like his strategy's fairly tight, fairly secure. Like, there's not really much I could see change from Simon's side. Maybe,
Simon's
maybe like-
very linear. That's what I've noticed.
yeah. Like, we're
yeah.
almost guaranteeing Koraidon Weezing lead.
Yeah,
Shadow
you expect
something in the back.
Yeah, and there's not really much you can do with that, right? You know what you're gonna do. It's basically down to calls in the entire teams. It's calls in game. You're looking at I've noticed in game 2 and in game in game 2 Eden's been swapping a lot. I'm going to call a swap, and that might be your game 3 adaptation because the actual strategy of the team does not change that much.
The only thing that really changes is the mons that you've got in the back, whether that's in game 2's case where it was Walking Wake. Game 1 it was I think it was the same form on it. That's me being silly now. Like the point is, like, your start doesn't really change, but your back 2 tend to be the things that change. It's
Well, that one, I feel like you're most of the time you're being both restricted. So let's be honest.
yeah.
Right,
Fair
I think we should. Let's. You know what? Rather than talking about it, let's just see what happens in game 3.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what could be adapted in both players' cases, really. Because we.
So we see the same lead. So when we were talking about earlier about game 1, about Eden maybe figuring it out, I think it's very clear knowing that they've gone for the same lead every single time that they have done. They know this matchup. They've played it. And now I think you're seeing the benefits of knowing the matchup and learning the play in game 1. Now it's down to Simon to do the same for this game 3. Knowing that, all these little tricks that you've been doing, now you need to be playing somebody else's game because they know your game. I think as well, you could get very, very aggressive in this game 3, knowing that Simon is just not wanting to click that protect turn 1, and that's probably the most vulnerable turn he could have. And that's exactly what I'm saying from Eden.
We're just the one-hit KO, knocking out the Koraidon with the Draco Meteor. Yes, you are going to take that -2 from the special attack, but you're just getting rid of one of the key pieces in Simon's strategy straight away, no questions asked, and still getting some decent. Weezing's stronger than I thought. Wow.
Yeah, it does hit hard.
Like, I was not expecting it to do 50-ish% to. Yes, super effective. So that super effective and stat. But yeah, a massive physical attack drop as well.
So now the Calyrex is back in. I mean, there is no wide guard. and there's also no, they've not terrored. You could pretty much, I feel like here you could probably play rough the Lunala and just click Astral because you know it's going to Terra Fairy.
Yeah, but like I feel like from Eden we could potentially see a pivot on Miraidon, use it later because of the fact that it is the Choice Scarf version, so it can outspeed the Shadow Rider, which is exactly what we see in Sins coming out.
Look at this! Look at this Incineroar, beautiful Pokemon.
So we are going to see Terra from Eden first, and this is Terra.
It's going to be Terra Fairy, and I imagine this is going to be sort of the same Moongeist play as that we saw last game.
Yeah.
You're going to Terra to avoid the Astral Barrage, and then we're going to see.
We're just going to see the Moongeist into the Weezing to pick it off. This is.
Eden is playing this absolutely perfectly. Like, they have, in game one, I feel like they have just figured out Simon. And this is where, like, you can see the years and years and years that Eden's been playing, just showing out, going, I've done my work in game, I know what I'm doing, and now you're just playing the player because that's, you know the matchup, you know what you need to be doing. So now you're just making calls based on like how somebody's playing. And
this turn could be quite dicey, as we've seen. Simon is locking in the Terra on the Calyrex, going to that Dark Terra, and God, my words are just I don't know.
Go to the Dark Terra just to click Astral Barrage. You are really needing the critical hit here to try and stay in this game.
Yeah, we do see the Fake Out, but we are just going to see an Encore into the Lunala, forcing it to use the Moongeist Beam again. I don't remember what it was targeting. It's the Walking Wake, so it's still going to do a decent chunk, but it is an Assault Vest Walking Wake, so
yeah. So
credit's due.
I feel like here the reason you've done that is because you don't want to take massive Moonblasts from that Lunala. So locking it into a move that's not going to do much damage is a really, really good idea.
Sure.
We've just seen them lock into that Incineroar. You need to get rid of the Incineroar. Simon needs to get rid of the Incineroar to win this game. Well, he needs to get rid of all of them, to be honest, to win the game. But,
Really?
Yeah, do you not know?
No, I didn't know that. But we are going to see the Hydra Steam.
I don't think this Astral will pick up this Incineroar,
Maybe. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, so Incineroar's going to live another day. Live for another day. The Moongeist is going to come out into Walking Wake.
This could be a double Incineroar.
Come on. Incineroar's going to go for that U-turn. Super effective damage, bringing Calyrex down to about half-ish.
Mm-hmm.
And revealing the final mon for Eden. Now, I'm not sure what this could be. Oh, the Whimsicott. Okay, fair.
Yeah, I think it's very, very clear that Eden's had a game plan this entire game.
I feel like Eden's managed to, this is such a good play from Eden because now Walking Wake is low enough where, depending on speeds, of course, because I know Walking Wake can be a very fast boy, we're going to see that Tailwind come out. Are we going to see the Walking Wake come out first, or we're going to see the Hydro Steam first? Doing decent damage. There is that chance for... Never mind. Moongeist going to finish off the Walking Wake.
Yeah. It's not over yet.
No. It's
there is
over till it's
like
over.
with the right amount of damage rolls, this
there's always
because remember it's Terra Dark, right? So
that's exactly what you mean.
You can't encore this Pokemon into Protect. So Incineroar's gonna come in, you can click Protect, you're +1, you can click Astral again. And that Incineroar is very low.
Yeah. But we do see there's Miraidon as well.
Oh, well,
But if I remember rightly, the Whimsicott does have Moonblast as well. Yes. So this is a very... I don't know how many turns of Tailwind could be left. I believe there's 2? 3 turns, okay. 3 turns of Tailwind, so there's not really easy ways to stall out that Tailwind to then get that speed of... You wouldn't have the speed advantage anyways because Miraidon's scarfed. Okay. But Eden
This
Eden
is
is in such a great position.
This is a very risky play from Eden because if Simon just swings with this Kali and you don't get the KO here.
Oh, KO's given, and
but,
that is
you know,
2-1
You know
to
what?
my own teammate Eden.
To you.
Well played.
Well played. Good
That
game.
was incredible.
What was that?
like-
What was
I remember seeing one message from Eden like during the set, just being like it was like a hard counter, and I was like, oh, this is going to be good for content. But like, they have managed to overcome what I consider to be like such a hard team comp to deal with solely because of Weezing.
Yeah, no, it was a really good set. I think, if anything, it just showed the experience difference between maybe Simon and Eden, where Simon kind of felt like they tunnel visioned into sort of a game plan, and then couldn't quite adapt after that game one, and then the adaptation that they did make in game three didn't really go their way, because when you make adaptations, you've still got to play safe, especially against somebody of Eden's caliber, and like not tearing when like there's no reason not to. Like the difference could be just targeting difference for the as you change. I think that's something maybe Simon will look at going into future sets.
Yeah, and like just overall, I feel like everyone today, and like every week prior, have played absolutely incredibly. And I've just heard from our bench that playoff seeds have been decided as well. So after today, this is come straight from the news. It's come from Rich. So for the Kitakami division, we've got the Castle Royal Lakers with the first seed, and for Blueberry, we've got the Zero Gate Zoroarks with the first seed. And so, did you want to add in anything to that? Like,
Yes. So, so you just mentioned winners. So playoff will be as followed. You've got the Cecilia City Cabalions versus the Cherry Grove Champaos, the Silicoba Kais versus the Paldea Palafins. Playoffs will be on Tuesday. Will be Tuesday to Sunday as usual. For the teams that finish 4th to 7th in their leagues, they'll play the team from the same rank on the opposite thing. For managers to figure out when they want to play, what time, what formats. The stream will be back next week, 6 p.m. Sunday. Mark it in your calendars.
Same time as usual.
Same time.
Same time, same place.
It's never a different time. Everyone's always here on time.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like I'm looking forward to seeing how playoffs may differ, because if I remember rightly, there is still your wild card picks. So I don't know if teams are going to spice it up a bit more for playoffs.
I really hope so.
As we've seen a lot of like your regular Scarlet Violet, some Sword and Shield, and like the odd games in like I believe I saw Sun and Moon one week, and even I think there was a Gen 3 one recently.
I don't know. I've been so busy recently for the past 2 weeks. I've not been able to keep up. It's too much Pokemon.
I know for a fact it was one of my own team, because I'm sure one of my own team members said that they were
Gen
playing
3 sounds so fun, by the way.
Sounds chaotic, and I love it.
I might have to play. I don't know. I'm to be honest with you, I don't want to play Scarlet and Violet at the moment. I just want to play other like random formats and just random stuff. That's why you saw Metronome. I did not want to take the game seriously at all.
I got thrown into Sword and Shield Series 3 just this week. Yes, just this week. So that was definitely a fresh. God, get your sayings right, Kieran. A fresh breath air. You know what I'm trying to say. Breath of fresh air. There we go. I got the words in the end. Yeah, that chat's just confirmed it. Yes.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I've never really played like all form. I'm like a Scarlet and Violet Andy. I can't lie. I've only ever played with open format Terra.
I used to have a bit of experience when I was a senior back in like later Sword and Shield metas, like from Series 5, I want to say onwards.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most I've got personally, but it's just been nice to see people like yourself that maybe just have started in Scarlet Violet kind of like learn how to play past generations, or even just formats they never actually played in the first place.
So
I'm looking forward to seeing more
I
Pokemon
want-
anyway.
I want chat to tell me your favorite moment from today's stream.
Joe, I think I'll add on to that. Tell us your favorite moment from today's stream, and then tell us something that you've loved from UKIT. Because let's be real, we all love UKIT.
Yeah, and then we'll wrap it up, and then then we'll say goodbye. So what's people's favorite moments?
I forgot there's a bit of stream delay, so there we are.
I literally throw my game on bat and pass and still not losing the game.
Oh, that's Edward from I believe that was earlier, wasn't it? Jack, tell us one of your favourite things from today's stream while the messages are coming through.
Definitely not like winning game 1, getting through about 90% of game 2 thinking, I've got this, I'm laid back, I'm pressing A, I'm like this, I'm just loving life. And then I'll look up and I've clicked Misty Terrain, exploded myself, crit myself, and I'm going to game 3 and I'm sat there thinking, what have I done? And then doing the exact same thing in game 3.
I want to say that you guys' match was one of my favourites from today, because like I remember saying to Rich earlier, I was like, is this a joke? Because like
Oh yeah, we didn't tell our managers we were doing it. Me and Joe just messaged each other and we're like, well, originally what we were gonna do is we're gonna do Little Cup and run like LC and like VGC LC and run like we're gonna try and get a Reg. Well, we're gonna do Reg Ibet Tech Cosmog as our one restricted and then run Little Cup, and that's what we were gonna do. But then we ran out of time. We just couldn't get the time to build Little Cup teams. So then we were like, okay, let's do Metronome or Hitmonchan, and we're just gonna run them on stream. And we did not tell our managers any of this.
but I feel like
Don't recommend, by the way. Talk to your managers.
Wigglytuff is definitely going to be a Pokemon that's always going to be ingrained into UKIT now, just from both your game there and the fact that it's everywhere in the server.
Right, we're gonna sign off, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you everybody for tuning in and watching, being a part of the stream, playing the games. Like, thank you so much. You know, you guys make UKIT exactly what it should be. And it's been a great time commentating these games, so thank you everyone.
Another thank you to Rich for inviting us on anyways. He's been a lovely host, and both Rich and oh my god, I can't get my words out. Both of like everyone that's been involved with UKIT is amazing. Players, commentators, spectators, whatever, everyone's amazing. And I believe that's pretty much it. We'll see you guys next week, Sunday at 6.
See you guys later.